Did I freeze this? Oh, wait. I think I think I froze, Tony. Where did I Did you hear the format for this one? Or I'll read it again if not.
Yeah, why don't you give it again for us?
Let's do it again. We got Fathom CTF, Slayer Regret, Strongholds on the rig. Fathom, of course, a hell of a map to start with for a series, right? It could be 3 minutes in. We could go down to the wire the whole way through. Quite a sweaty one. What do you think coming into this, Tony?
I think Fathom's a great matchup. We talk about it week in and week out. This map can end in less than 3 minutes, or it can go the absolute wire into overtime and sometimes even to some replays. And especially when I'm looking at this squad, you mentioned before, Solid beat Team Next last week. But Team Next has a huge revamp of their roster, adding in international player Juan along with Furiously. I mean, this squad definitely has leveled up, in my opinion. I can't wait. I think it's going to be a different. I know it's going to be a different matchup than last week, and maybe even a different outcome.
Definitely a different beast. What would you say would be the key to success to really, pull away in Fathom CTF?
Fathom's an interesting match. Map. Excuse me. You want to have somebody top mid. You want to have someone raining down shots, but that top mid player is, in my opinion, isn't the most important player on the map. The most important player on the map is the person that's overextending and holding down a perimeter. There's no way you're not going to There's no way you're going to capture a flag unless you have that garage control for the most part, so you can run it down river, or even if
Sure.
you want to extend and get that silo control and try to run it down bottom mid or the opposite river. That's the most important player. The player that's willing to hold down the perimeter, watch the cutoffs, and then as that flag is coming back to the base, he can't be going for spawn kills. He can't be getting greedy. He has to rotate back towards his team, either get back to top mid so he gets an angle on his team, or rotate back so he can watch his opposing garage or his opposing silo for the overextenders.
Yeah, perfect, right? So the overextension, especially on the starting strat, we see that time and time again with the best teams. There's always that one player who will overextend, sneak through, try to get an early pull. In Fathom, that is very prevalent because it's a small map. You can very quickly get into that flag, get that pull. So that, of course, very important. If you can't do that, though, like you said, you steal a perimeter. You can take garage or silo, right? Both perimeters can be very powerful. They're definitely power positions, and that's kind of how you start the attack. The next part would come down to locking down those spawns, right? Getting them spawning on that silo when you're pushing into the base. But as you're coming out of the base, you want them spawning in the base if you can, right? You start to take that silo position back, have them spawn in generator, and then they're trying to pour at a base, getting pinched while the flag's being pulled. So there's a kind of a step-by-step process to it that a coordinated team would have down. And we'll see if NextX and Velocity can pull this together. NextX, like you said, they've got two heavy hitters on their roster. This is a bit of a different mix-up. That should give them firepower for sure, but will it give them chemistry? Will it give them the clutch factor that I feel like we've seen from the solid, now Velocity roster for a couple weeks now?
Yeah, one thing about adding a player like Furiously to your roster, you're talking about, first of all, a high energy player. When he goes off, he makes it known in the comms, and that energy is infectious. On top of that, Furiously's not afraid to do the dirty work. I remember him on Desitic Gaming. There was one, I'm sure you guys probably seen the meme on Twitter when Furiously beat Switch Team, and Calder stands up and Calder's yelling at each and every one of them. Furiously just goes Super Saiyan and yells student gamer athlete. Don't know why, but he just yells that. But that energy is infectious, but it also reflects in his gameplay as well. He's the one who's willing to go in and do that dirty work when it comes to that flag and pulling those offset flags and turning the attention of the enemy team. He's definitely a player that you always have to account for on the map because he's such a damn nuisance.
You can feel the energy in his gameplay, just the sheer speed of how he plays. You can definitely tell there's a lot of energy, like mental, physical, going into just interacting with that game, being very present in the game. But it's always a beautiful thing when you see it in land, though. I can't wait, honestly, to have more moments like that when the energy really takes precedent on the series, right? Like you feel it in the players in person, especially when it comes down to standing up, trash talk, yelling, your call outs, whatever it is. I can't wait to see that all take form. But this is what the grind is for, right? You build up the skills here so that you bring the energy into the arena, in the land where it counts.
So we kind of talked about Fathom and what are the keys to success. Why don't you talk about map number 2 and what you want to see from both of these squads going into map 2 when we get there? Because no matter what, in the best of 3, we're going to see at least 2 maps.
We'll see at least two. The worry with Fathom is just how much it'll either, give you momentum or crush your momentum if you lose it, right? Especially, it can be a very exhausting game type, the way that it works, how quickly and how prevalent the spawns are. But they'll be going from that directly into Slayer Regret. And it doesn't slow down in Slayer Regret. One of the most close quarters maps we have in Halo 5. You got the OS, of course, in center. You got the combo to fight over. Players will immediately get down and scramble in that center. Once you get that opening OS, it's very not necessarily easy, but spawn control, the momentum effect is very powerful, right? The snowball effect is very powerful in that map. You can lock down spawns in a big way and really keep people on the back foot. So I think this game one is so important in establishing momentum. The last thing you want is to have your soul crushed and then jump into Regret, where momentum is all that really matters, right? It's so quick, so fast paced. So let's see how it finally takes form. We're in this game in Fathom. CTF on board with Simply Fear Me, who will immediately make presents for Camo.
Rifle in the hands right now of Simply Fear Me. Carmea actually ends up getting a big kill off the screen with Sepstars, and the flag is currently on the move, but luckily Juan comes in with the big kill. This player's gonna be hunted down on Engine, and this was what was missing last week from this Team Next X roster. When players were in their base, they had a hard time clearing them out. This time they hunted that player down.
Yeah. Tony, I believe, receive an update from the producer that Next X is they're one flag up right now. So I believe Next X only has to get 2 flags in this game. So there must have been a quick reset previously, and part of the reason why we're jumping in here now, but 2 flags are needed for Next X as opposed to 3 for Velocity. So you're gonna make it a lot more difficult for them, but that doesn't scare Joan from getting right back into the base there.
And now Simply Fear Me overextended over towards this silo side of the map. And that's what I was talking about. That player is going to be so important, because now the enemy team has to stop pushing for that 50% control, and they have to deal with Simply Fear Me and respect him being on the opposite side as Carmea gets a big railgun kill. But hold on, 4 down go Team Next, and it looks like Virginia Velocity are moving that flag, and barely touched was Johan.
Yeah, Joan's still got the flag in hand. This is a great opportunity for him, honestly. He's got 2 players to escort. You got Guardian with a double on the feet. This should be free if he doesn't fumble it. Nate's coming in to slow down his progress, but this is going in, and that actually does tie us up. I think we got a little more coming as well. Look at that little rally immediately off the flag cap. We got a second flag pulled out, already sitting down in sub, and players dropping left and right here. So what a scramble off the first flag.
That it is. So Virginia Velocity essentially have tied up the game. I mean, Team Next were already up 1 cap, and now they put 1 on the board. Guardian getting a big melee kill and putting the damage in towards top mid, all before pulling the flag. There's 2 players on this side of the map that are gonna hunt them down off spawn. Maybe should have ran the other way. I'm not sure.
See, Carmea, at the very least, will get the defense and the return on the flag here. Joan, though, did pull away with the camo, the rail. He'll pop up on the radar. It doesn't seem to matter that he popped up on the radar for thrust sliding there, though. Carmea wasn't ready for it. Now sneaking his way into blue. Callout comes through, but not enough to stop the spree. Joan with a massive opportunity here up on porch. Just got to slow it down. You can see his teammate currently in a fight. They're trying to find the man, too. And just bobbing and weaving, getting out of here. Great defense, though, out of Next X to push him back, and that delays camo time. But still, he can put this rail to work here. Just needs a good opportunity. There you go. Fear Me down. Diving in for the second. Doesn't pick up the double. Defense still holding for Next X.
Just imagine how much stronger these power weapons and equipment are going to be with no radar whatsoever. Like the ability tracker, when it goes off, it kind of gives you some free information, but with no radar in Halo Infinite, all of the equipment and power weapons are going to be even stronger. As 2 down go Virginia Velocity. Guardian flies, going to try to defend this base, but he's the last line of defense. He's going to have to milk his life long enough for the teammates to come in, or he can just go off and win his individual bivs, taking down Simply Fear Me and now working his way to the spawners.
Guardian with a nice silent rotation up to silo. We talked about this. Getting that perimeter first is so important. Now that he's here, he's in a great vantage point. Look at that. Damage into Carmea. Teammate going to come up and hold the shell with him. Still got that angle to hold. And now that he's got the opportunity, he can push up, start to collapse on these boys. Everyone on blue commit themselves forward. That actually does give Guardian a chance to get the flag. And a little late to get to it, but hopefully has good timing here. You got 1 there just to hold him off. Teammates went back to base for defense here. So Guardian actually by his lonesome in the back of blue. Going to be very difficult to bounce out of this one.
But he is finally going to be taken down. But like you said, he really drew the attention of the whole enemy team. But Juan doesn't give a hoot. He comes right off a porch, somehow ends up getting a double kill, and now leaving that player one-shot top beaters to be forced to back down and complete top control in the hands of Team Next X Furiously with the railgun. What are you going to do with it, Ivan?
We talked about Furiously coming into this, the energy this man has, the speed of his gameplay. This is the opportunity for him, but for now he's just got to back up and stay alive. We got multiple coming up through blue here. Carmea with a good opening kill. Furiously going to get back to high ground. That's 2 dead on the feed as well. This is where you'd like to see blue start to push out, take command here. Furiously going to get pinched. You know, just last second, they're not prepared for it. You know why, though? It's Zarak with the camo, and he'll turn it into a double as well. So, Furiously, you know, the opportunity he had very quickly snuffed out by Zarak, who might get a flag off of this.
Now going to beat that flag for just a bit here, but looks like nobody's going to be stopping them from coming back. Oh, excuse me. Actually, 2 players coming out of nowhere and not only stopping that flag, but I believe they even got the return as well. So fantastic job by Team Next, and they're not done. They ended up putting Virginia Velocity 3 down, and Carmea right in the enemy's team spawn, but not going to do much with it. Trying to get the railgun kill. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but it looks like he was not able to get the trade.
Might have been killed just a split second before it went off, but it looked like he had it. Just didn't quite come together there. Fear Me just tries to turn around to take that fight, but just melted right quick. Zarak, rail back in hand. Going to line it up, and he does. That was dirty. Carmea down, Furiously down as well. Going to dive into blue. Nice shots into Juan to take him out. Spawners up on elbow here, and Zarak just looking to lock it down, keep Fear Me back. Maybe keep the spawn open as well. Note that him shooting there will block that spawn point, but backing up, hopefully, will let him secure the weapons. You can see blue now on the attack, though, and they might have collected that rail. They got the flag in hand as well. Juan looking to carry this through, guarding with a massive kill to slow them down. They're going to dogpile on top of it. We'll see if they can get away.
And we were technically tied up due to the reset, but now Team Next are going to take a 1-point lead. And if one more flag cap away from taking game 1 in the series, Furiously getting a big kill on Johan. Simply Fear Me flying in, putting some excellent shots down. And look, the entire enemy team, Team Next, not only coming off of a big cap, but now are completely on offense within seconds. And look like they're poised to make another flagpole as 2 down go Virginia Velocity, and that flag is on the move.
Oh, Fear Me living there was massive, but unfortunately the whole team dropped shortly after, so great defense there at a Velocity just to stop that flag early on. Johan, in the meantime, going to try to make his way up through Treehouse. You got multiple about to come up on this side, so he's going to try to play it slow here. Teammates with him. This is convenient. You got one who just came right through the other side. He will take him a second to come in to at least trade out the kill, but Furiously going to try to play it safe here without shields.
Alex, week after week, you tell these players all the time they cannot cross the street without looking on both sides, and it looks like they still haven't listened to you yet. I don't know what's going on, as Furiously was able to trade off kills. Sepstar having a light rifle of his own and having teammates in the base as well, so the collapse should be coming in soon here. Here's the shots going in for the melee, but just missing it, and it looks like that player is going to go down, and so do 3 players from Virginia Velocity.
Sepp thought he had that. He looked away, did a double take, and that costed him. And instead, Carmea and team, they got a little opening here to get up top map. Fear Me with a 5. Carmea looking for spawners, but what a pinch. You got one right up on top behind him to stop their pressure once again. So back and forth we go here. Jawan now looking to mount the challenge. Players up in Generator. They're going to try to funnel through the center here. Zarak dead on the feet. Jawan with a big pickup. Good opening coming up here for the red team as they pour into blue base. Rail in hand as well. If he can grab a kill, it'd be huge, but Sepstars can't seem to find the angle he's looking for. Juan gonna back him off. They still got pressure and hopefully camo presence as well, but Sepstars just doing what he can with his options here.
I think it's amazing that somehow Sepstars was in the middle of blue court and was able to stay alive and play his life, and because of that, able to get away with the camouflage and the trigger discipline, not letting himself be known. And if he would have shot just a little bit too early, he would have been taken down, but the discipline coming in, and Sepstars doing a great job of just staying alive. I'm loving it. Alex, I'm loving the way this young man is playing.
Sepstars with a massive opportunity, but look at this. There's 3 players surrounding him. He whiffs the rail. He does pick up fly. They haven't killed him. That was honestly massive out of Sep to just very quickly get out of there, take the flag. and spin around apparently for a kill as well. Maybe a little greedy there. He didn't get the flag past the porch because of it, but thankfully a teammate in position to collect it, to get it beside the post. Can they put it in? They will, and that will tie our game here, Tony. Don't, despite what the scoreboard might say here, just one flag left for NextX, and NextX with a speedy counter. You know what? They're about to plant this one in and close the game already here, despite the play we saw at a Virginia Velocity. NextX, the counter.
So it looks like they're just waiting for the game to end again. Like we said before the reset happened, Team Next were up 1-0, and then a reset was forced. So at that point, all they needed to do was put 2 caps on the board, and now Team Next are putting Virginia Velocity on their back foot here, up 1-0 in the series, and now 1 win away from moving into the winners semi-finals. Team Next have been impressing us week after week. They stumbled a bit last week, but it looks like they found a nice little roster here with Juan and Fleury and gaining some new energy with their new teammates.
What a brutal close to that game, though, right? We thought for a second Virginia Velocity was on a bit of a tear. They got a good round of slays. They got the flag through, but the worry with Fathom is just how prevalent the overextension is. When you have that flag, you get it in the pedestal, you commit a lot of resources to doing so, and those players will quickly spawn up, overextend, and get right back to your base and apply pressure. If you lose those slays, you get countered on in about 5 seconds. That was an instant counter out of NextX, and honestly, credit to NextX for recognizing the opportunity and capitalizing immediately. And it's, teams that do that prevail. So great opening there for NextX. They're looking good so far. And we talked about this pre-series. You want that momentum because Regret is just a snowball of a map. We're going to jump into Regret Slayer next.
Well, lucky for us, I mean, that was a regular, old school brawl. If you ask me, both teams had control that almost an entire matchup, and I would not be surprised if Virginia Velocity came up, a couple kills ahead and end up coming up with a cap and winning the game themselves. I think game 2 is anybody's game, and Regret's going to be damn fun to watch. We talked about it before, controlling top mid, but unlike on Truth, which is kind of resembles it, you can really hold your own on top mid, even without controlling a perimeter entirely. There's a lot that people don't have every angle on you like they do on Truth. You can really kind of mess around and buy time for your teammates to push up off a spawn. I can't wait to see here on Regret game 2.
Yep, way more close quarters. You get angles on the spawn immediately, meaning this could be quite a brawl for our game 2 here. We'll kick it off with Carmea as he makes strides over to Pink, but that OS going to be such a point of contention here. Nades in, everyone around it, and that red player will dive in, pick it up. So you know what? Virginia Velocity going to get away clean with the OS. And what does that mean for our score right now? Guardian, the one who has it, just a 1-kill advantage. Can he use these shields to create an early snowball?
Johan utilized that overshield to drop down into the opponent, taking a massive amount of damage, actually going to lose his entire overshield. Luckily, his teammates are coming in. The Slays are as well with a 6-4 in favor of Virginia Velocity. And Johan once again pulling off the reversal. Beautiful plays coming out of Johan and Virginia Velocity.
And that's what's so important, right? Even if you're losing that OS relatively quickly, you're taking the attention of so many players, and you're giving your team an advantage to make plays. And that's exactly what we're seeing out of Johan here. Just couldn't find that 3rd kill, unfortunately. But damage done for sure. 10-5 on the board here. Nice little team play out of Zarak there to get the double. That's going to spawn them back up on red side, and Guardian going to patiently make his way up through mid. Here's Zarak with a kill. Spawners up in red. Guardian in position to clean up one. Shots into Juan here. Nice little bait and switch option too. He's got a teammate with him for a quick cleanup. So Sepstars with 1. And if they can keep that up, they can keep this snowball in their favor.
Guardian doing a great job of controlling top mid, put some excellent shots on Firmi, who's forced to back down, but Johan gonna have to give up all of that top mid control because he had 3 players from Team Next flying at him. Luckily, Sepstars takes out 1. Johan off the screen takes down simply Firmi, and with Overshield coming up and the Slays going in favor of Virginia Velocity, they might be able to run away. Team Next need to hunker down and get these kills.
Gotta like that movement from Fleury. Unfortunately, the movement there afterwards, not quite as fortunate for the man. He got caught in a bad situation there, but just so quick to, eliminate options that these players have by thrusting into difficult positions and Just bobbing and weaving here. Zarok doing the same. He'll get down to bottom mid. OS going to be so important here. You can see Red completely on top of that, but what a burn at a next X despite not having position. They got the nades in there. They cleaned it up, and honestly, they could turn this into a little play of their own. That's 3 dead. Spawners on Red's side, and they have the awareness of it as well. We could see a bit of a swing here if they play it correctly.
Both teams trying to fight over this top position, and both teams have had control respectfully, but now Team Next not only have the control, but now they're collapsing over on the spawn. Another 3 down go Virginia Velocity, so 2 rounds of slays go in the hands of Team Next X, but they're still 5 kills behind Shyway. Can they come back?
It's definitely early on still. They absolutely can if they can just isolate kills here and not go full 4 dead. Last thing you want is that little counter and momentum here. So we got trades left and right. Sepstars, what a cheeky spot out of Sepstars here. Makes it very easy to pick up the kill. Shots into one as well. He does die. Carmea and team, they'll come in to at least pick up the trades. Carmea looking for a sneaky route to get under them now. And as long as they're in position to coordinate, look at this. Shots into one. He's got Ivan in position to hopefully kill Joan. Joan living a little longer there than you'd think. Carmea looking for more. Guardian will take it with a 5, so back and forth we go here, still at a 5, now 6 kill deficit.
And you know, it's funny with the game that kind of favors the team with the higher momentum, with the faster speed. It's almost kind of fun watching Sepstars make some of those slower plays and make some of the more disciplined plays as Johan off the screen ends up getting a big double kill, putting a Team Next on their back foot. And now Virginia Velocity are looking to take advantage. They're looking to up the velocity, if you will, as Guardian getting right behind enemy lines and not spotted yet. This could be a really good flank coming out of Guardian Flies.
Great timing to put your foot on the gas here. We got the OS popping up as well, so if they can get their slice with good timing, it's a free OS. And Guardian with a massive pickup. That's the kind of kill that you need. That'll put him down to bottom mid with great presence onto OS here. Dives in, picks it up. Momentum for this man. And all he needs is to take the attention, start picking up slays here. Guardian gonna dive into red here. Watch out, about to be doubled. And hopefully he'll at least take one with him. What a brawl here. He gets a double, though, for it, and honestly, that's the damage he needed to do. They still got a huge advantage.
That they do it. Here comes Sepstars going right back up to top mid, but 43-31. Team Next, if they want to come back and end this series here, they're going to have to play near perfect Halo. 7 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock, so that means that there's not going to be an overshield to buy them the time here, as Zark and Sepstars getting back-to-back kills, and now only 1 squad wipe away from tying up the series. Virginia Velocity have found a home on Regret, and they are living rent-free.
Next X options looking very limited at this moment. 3 kills left to close and a massive deficit to overcome here. And Zarok just looking to play his life carefully. Hopefully get the trade. He doesn't. What a kill at a wand right there. Taking full advantage of high ground. Sepstars right in behind this player. Doesn't want to chase, and I respect the fact that despite the advantage, they don't want to give up easy free kills here. That's the kind of kill he's looking for, but Ivan, what a live out of Furiously right there to dip out. Carmea with a kill. Fear Me with a kill. Dare I say they're making a comeback. Carmea trying to live, well, 1 bullet. This man, somehow he survives. Tony, what's going on? Now 48, 49. Okay, here we go. Virginia Velocity, they're starting to pull it together. Just 1 kill. There it is. For a 50-41 to close game 2 and bring us to a game 3.
I'm not gonna lie to you. When Simply Fear Me was able to play his life for as long as he did, I thought it was possible. I'm like, hey, if nobody dies here and they able to put a couple more kills on the board, that would have been red. That might have been it. But Virginia Velocity eventually hunting him down, taking him down, and now are tying up the series. We're going into another elimination game 3. Look how tight all of these games are from round 3 forward. We've seen multiple game 3s, and I'm liking it.
You got to respect the fact that they fought as hard as they did, despite being down by like 10 kills. Most teams in that situation, it's GG's. You're thinking about the next game. But this team, for a second, I was a believer. I thought they might start coming back if this continued. But like you said, just the way they were living, like Carmea, strong siding to get into blue there through the tunnel, but knowing in the back of his mind that the enemy was in blue. So immediately sprints, thrust slides into needles, just the presence of mind to go behind the wall, knowing that player probably looked away, come back the other direction. Little things like that to stay alive, I think, could be so crucial in these high-stakes moments. So speaking of high-stakes moments, Tony, this is it. We're jumping into game 3. It's Call ECTF. It's a map game type that I think everybody knows and is very comfortable on. So should be a hell of a game to close this.
And not only that, but it's actually the first time we're seeing Callie CTF today. You know, it's one of the staples in Halo 5, and we haven't been able to see it just yet, despite seeing a couple of game threes. So we definitely, I'm a big fan of Callie. I mean, we talked about it before, controlling perimeter, controlling the top side of the map, so you have those lanes to run the flag through. And Kallie's no different. You can have somebody on elbow side. You know, I remember back in the day, it was all about controlling that snipe side. I remember if anybody went rocket side and Money 8s, you would get yelled at. It was about controlling that snipe side. Then eventually, you have someone extend over the elbow, and then people found out, like, hey, you can actually run the flag a little bit faster. So you just get the right timing down, and rocket side is this. So now it's created this meta where you don't know which side the team's going to be fighting for, because either side is viable. I think it's really exciting, and it creates for a really beautiful meta. And I'm liking where Kallie's at right now.
I mean, anything can work with the right kind of timing, with the right spawn awareness, right? So love to see it. Even down the center lane with the window to window, right? We see that very rarely, but I mean, you could thrust, slide, toss that flag, have somebody catch it, and then cap immediately after. Hopefully we see something pretty like that, because we're about to jump into our game 3, and I am a liar. Tony, we got you all set up for the CTF, but apparently instead it is a Strongholds on the rig. I'm not complaining. I like this map game type, but rip.
You know, you're always doing that to me, Alex. You get me excited about one game type. I go on a crazy rant, and then they find out, you're like, oh, psych, just kidding, April Fools. Buddy, it's October. I don't know what's going on, Alex. Juan able to take away BR base, also having the railgun.
It's round 6, and I jumped to round 7. Like, logically speaking, they played a CTF Fathom, so how could they have a CTF Callie? I don't know, Tony. My brain's like it's not here, apparently. I'm lost in the sauce. Who's not lost in the sauce, though, is Juan, who's got the ultimate freaking combo. My God, what a double out of him. He snaps onto Zarak. He'll get into BR base and just keep it coming, apparently. A bit of an unfortunate spawner there, but almost gets the stick, too.
And we're going to play a little bit different than Coliseum. You know, we were expecting the ultimate setup to probably be nest and basement for the most part, but you can make nest and BR base viable. You can hold, no matter what. I think you're going to want to control that right corner side of the map as Guardian ends up dropping a beautiful, they're going to simply fear me off a screen. Johan takes down one, and the spawners are coming in from the car side, and kill before being hunted down as Zark also getting a beautiful railgun. Sepstar is going to be awarded the double kill off the screen. Sepstar is really starting to heat up. I'm glad we're hopping on board with him, because he's getting the damage. Another big kill on one, and he's not done. This man will not die. Finally,
my God,
they're able to hunt him down, but look at how much resources they had to dedicate to do it. And look at the scoreboard. It's 57-6. Virginia Velocity are running away with it.
They hit their stride for sure here. They've hit their stride. Look at this. Zarak with a double. They're starting to pop off. Spawners in bunker going to try to pour out, but options looking very limited for these boys here as they just try to break out. They don't want to dive into bunker or BR base immediately. They need slays, and they can't seem to get a single slay. This is about to be a GG's here, Tony. 75 and counting, and carbine side spawn. Oh my God, this is just oppressive. It's relentless right now. They can't break free.
That they can't. Sepstars with a railgun in hands, waiting for it to click on. Just gonna actually stay, let to play his life. It's more important in this position that he stays alive and takes care of BR base. Like, you're seeing him clean up, get the reset, and now they're still holding the double cap going into the 90-point mark. I don't know what Team Next are gonna do. They need to play perfect Halo, and they're still not putting points on the board as we're seeing one player desperate into basement and be hunted down by Guardian getting the double kill.
Really not much they can do, unfortunately, here, Tony. 95 and counting. Next, despite the hot start, they just can't seem to clutch up here. Virginia Velocity looking to close this one out strong. They'll dive into Nest. They did cap BR base, but presence in Nest here going to put them right back down to that final point total here, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. There we got the bags coming in. Virginia Velocity, they'll come out with quite a confident finish, 100-8.
All right, Virginia Velocity, I see you. A new org, new attitude, bagging them, letting them know that, hey, look, we're the winners. You're going to have to fight your way through the elimination bracket, and maybe we'll meet up again But as of right now, we're feeling good. And with 100-8, I mean, in my opinion, they earned that bag. Hey, you beat a team 108 in the winners bracket quarterfinals, you bag on. In fact, I'm surprised he didn't bag harder than that.
Couple words being exchanged here, I think, for sure, Tony, even just in the bag itself. Now, those aren't words, but, definitely I can feel that energy. I can feel the message. Thank you. Speaking of messages, I mean, even Zarok typing ZZZ, like the man's sleeping on him, apparently, if you look at the trash talk going down in the chat. So Virginia Velocity, new team, new energy. Like you said, Tony, they're going to take that through winner's side. And I wonder who can stop them, because what a way to gain momentum here. Next X, they're going to drop down the lower bracket. Hopefully they come back with a vengeance, man, because if it was me, I wouldn't want to get bagged like that and go down without a fight. So hopefully we see the comeback. In the meantime, so what do you think of this one?
I'm thinking Virginia Velocity turned that series around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here inside of Studio Blue at Esports Arena HQ. And while we're not going to take a deep dive on the stats this time around, I just kind of want to talk about the overarching stories for that series. And I want to start with Next X, because this is a squad that I kind of put in a similar box as Void. While they haven't necessarily been as successful as Void has over the last few weeks, this is a team that's trying to break into that next level and has had some promising showings, some good wins over the last few weeks, and they're trying to take those next steps. And for the start of this series, it looked like they were ready to do that. Virginia Velocity is a solid squad, but I think a team that more often than not I would be picking Next X to win against going into the series. And then everything turned around in game two. Virginia Velocity with an emphatic response, a big turnaround, and unlike what different from what we saw in an earlier series with a team getting a turnaround comeback win in game two and then not being able to carry that momentum into game three, Virginia Velocity were able to do that in a big way. Not only do they come out and win game three, they do it in dominant fashion, absolutely crushing Next X and really erasing all doubt from my mind that they were just the stronger team on the day. Now, in a future series, maybe next week, if we see these two teams match up again, am I maybe still leaning towards Next X? Possibly, but I think a very emphatic response from Virginia Velocity here. And when you want to look at, this is a win in winners quarters, right? So they go to winners semis now, and they have two possible matches left for them in the winner's side of the bracket if they can win this next matchup. I mean, the sky's the limit right now. They're carrying a ton of momentum into this next series. Obviously, it'll be a difficult opponent regardless of who they have to match up against, but they're going to be feeling very, very confident. They're going to be feeling really good, kind of riding that high from this win, and especially the way that it played out. So Virginia Velocity are going to be a very dangerous team in the rest of the winner side of this bracket, and obviously, depending how things finish, can still be very, very dangerous on the loser side if they do drop down there. So props to Virginia Velocity. Very, very good comeback. Well done being able to reset the mental after game one and get back into this series. And so Next X will go down to that lower bracket. We'll see what they can do later on in the day. I believe we have our next matchup ready to go. Production will let me know. We are in fact going to throw it to a break here. So Virginia Velocity move on. Next X drop to the lower bracket, and we're going to drop for a break. So we'll be back in just a few. And gentlemen, welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni. Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. Got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
Like 35-2.
They finished strong.
Really, if the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to go.
That sounds super fun. I think that's like the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back once again with Esports Arena Microsoft Sunday winners side and a hype matchup about to come up here. Tony, I'm pretty excited. We got Fire and Ice and PK. This is a battle for the ages here. We didn't get to see it last week. PK, they skipped a week, but they're back in full force, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I mean, both of these squads are absolutely fantastic coming out of our Latin American region, and we've seen this rivalry come forward between PK and Fire and Ice. Not only have they been playing against each other multiple times in the Pro Series Latin American division, but they've played multiple times in Esports Arena, and even oftentimes sharing teammates. Like oftentimes we'll see some roster changes or even temporary or permanent, and then just stealing players away from each other. So I'm excited to see them go in. I love this rivalry. And I'm also excited to see this going into Halo Infinite as well.
Definitely expect these boys to go into Infinite strong. I think as far as the LATAM community, these are the top competitors right here. Of course, there's a few more, and we've been seeing them pop in and out, especially with these new rosters like Virginia Velocity today looking nasty. But Fire and Ice, PK, they tend to hold down kind of the king spots, the top two spots here. So can't wait to see it. Like you said, these guys bounce around quite a bit as well. Pelu at the moment was previously PK, but he's been on Fire and Ice for quite a bit now. So I'm starting to think they've got quite a bit of chemistry that they've now formed, whereas Gambino has become a mainstay on PK instead of Pelu. So should be very interesting to see. The beauty between these guys is I feel like they have so much EXP against each other, right? They're so comfortable playing against each other. So you get to see the best out of both sides, the best out of their gameplay, which just makes for hype moments, makes for awesome reads. It's going to be a good series, Tony.
Yeah, and I remember when Esports Arena first has started, if you would have asked me who was the favorites in this matchup, I would go PK, and without even blinking, I would say heavily 2-0 every series, but Fire and Ice have continuously gotten better and better. I think that gap has been closed where even sometimes Fire and Ice will get the best of PK as well. So from last LATM to PK, I remember their old roster name and whatnot. I think PK is allowing Fire and Ice or that old school Chosen Legacy roster to catch up to them. PK, I want to see PK back in the labs and getting back to the fundamentals, getting back to the tried and true, because you never know. Fire and Ice may just pass them as the best team in Latin America.
Damn, what a statement to make, Tony. They skip 1 week and now you're trying to put the fear in them. They might be caught up on. But you're right though, as in, Fire and Ice have been playing so good that it's hard to say who's better, who's going to win. Whereas, like you said in the past, we would have just gone PK all day, would have still predicted it. However, I'm still going to predict PK. I'm still going to side with it just because the history does tell quite a bit of the story here. But I think this could be closer than ever. And I think the time is now for Fire and Ice to strike and to take over when PK aren't as consistent, right? Like we said, we didn't see him last week. So we'll see if it comes to pay, if it pays a price for them. But I'm going to attempt to read the series. I hope I'm correct here, Tony, because I get this wrong, apparently, almost every series. But it should be CTF Truth, Strongholds Eden, and Slayer on the rig, assuming we're in round 6 here. CTF Truth, very comfy map game type combo. What do you expect to see?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Truth CTF, and I don't know how many times I got to say it, but stop me if I sound like a broken record. You have to control the P side of the map. Controlling that P2, controlling your opponent's P street while also placing somebody top mid is the absolute recipe for dominance on the map. I mean, don't get me wrong, you're going to see some offside car side runs once in a while, but most of the time when you're capping that flag, it's going to be on the P side of the map. So I'm going P side or die. P or die.
P side or die. Interestingly, though, Car is a faster run, for the record. You can actually run it faster through Car 1, I believe, than you can run it through P1. The issue, like you said, is it's more difficult to find the spawn kind of timing, right? The bubble spawn is a very kind of oppressive spawn point. You can lock them in there and throw pre-nades in there and really lock them down. So that's the reason why it's typically the map can be locked down better from Pink side. So they prioritize that over quick runs. Oh my God, dude, I'm not even going to read it anymore because I get it wrong every freaking time, apparently. But this is Fathom CTF, of course. And you know what? Even better, this is my favorite map game type combo.
Yeah, you know what? I'm pretty happy as well as we're going into, and you know what's funny? We're still in the winner's quarter, so I don't know why we didn't just think of it as going to be the same as what we just watched. It's the other side of the quarterfinals, but yes, I mean, very similar story though. You got to control the perimeter, and if you're not going to be able to run that flag until you control the perimeter and make sure that you're rotating back with your team as the flag is being run and watching those cutoffs, good discipline is going to beat out just pure aggression every single time on capture the flag.
We're witnessing some good discipline on screen here. Adso with a nice patient rail kill. Looking for a little more here. Noble. Oh, what a play, though, at a Noble to get behind the cover, thrust back out quickly. Just be such a difficult target. But all while that happens, Drift with the flag already out. He's got it right beside the pedestal here. So PK with early potential. If they can plant it in, looks like they will. And put in Fire and Ice on the back foot right quick here.
And Bullet now going to make his way over towards top mid. Noble actually trading off kills with Adso off the screen, and Bullet now going to actually get over towards the opposite side of the map without being touched. But I know this is a player that spawned in the garage side that's aware of where he is. Gambino trying to stay alive, and Engine not able to do so, and we have two slays going in favor of Team Fire and Ice.
Or with Pelu, going to try to make an advance onto red here. Nice little pickup by Magico. Does collect the flag, but player out front, Magico. Guardian Angel, though. What a help out of him. Still looking for more. I think Magico has another to take out. All while that happens, Atso does collect the flag. He does die, though. He'll drop that down. A couple trades on the feet as this goes left and right here. I believe the flag was returned on both sides.
And Camouflage should be coming up soon here as Drift winning that individual gunfight, but luckily Noble coming in for the cleanup. Bullet taking down Gambino off the screen. Luna now holding down the side, and hold on. Fire and Ice have control of the map. They have 3 down. With Camouflage coming up, they should be able to grab that and utilize it to get themselves a flag cap. Let's see what they do. Bullet with Camouflage and Railgun in hands.
Bullet with the ultimate Predator combo here. He could do so much, but he needs to still be so careful. He dies, he loses everything. Just gonna hold it down. Look at this, Adso. He's aware of it. He knows somebody's nearby. He whips the rail. Out of options here. Noble, the saving grace, will get the kill, but Bullet does drop. Noble looking for a double here. Multiple just died on the feet. So Fire and Ice, they do have a chance to come out with a flag here, but Gambino so quick off spawn to lock it down. Flag isn't going anywhere. It looks like it's not going to get far. These two boys in blue are stuck in the back of the base, and what a rat pack, dude. The dog pile there to get into red to put him down.
That railgun shot looked good to me. I don't know, Atso Uchiha must have pulled off a substitution jutsu or something to get out of that one, because that looked right on the money to me as Bullet now trying to stay alive over towards Garage, but is going to have 2 players in his sights. Look at this 2, and one of them have the railgun. Noble, he's the most important player on this side of the map here, as he does get the slay. 3 down, go PK, and hold on. Things are looking good for Fire and Ice as Noble whips the double kill, earning himself a killing spree, and is now rotating back. It's not enough to get the slays. You have to rotate back with your flag carrier, which he's doing perfectly.
Oh, they're going to plant this in. There is no stopping Fire and Ice from putting that flag in, tying up our game. But what a series of plays there, right? Noble just popping off and clutching up to help escort Magico. Your Magico still doing work. Picks up one on Atso. Shots into blue. We'll leave that call out for a teammate, but there's pressure just flying out through Silo there, tapping and to quickly deal with him. Noble will drop as well. Back and forth we go here, tapping, advancing onto blue. Bullet out front. Nice opening shots. Can he take the piv, though? He will back off. See another day, just for a second. Gonna need some team help for this.
Yeah, but he's doing a great job of staying alive and just being an absolute nuisance as Luna not able to play his life. And now we have a player spawning up over towards Silo. Tapping Bud's not going to be able to commit to this flag cap. But once again, staying alive, being a nuisance. I like the way he plays. And you know what? He ended up getting taken down, but he dies on the enemy's team. So they're going to start to play offense and get towards his side of the base coming off a spawn.
Yeah, that death in red is an opportunity for PK to collect the rail and put it to work. Adso somehow surviving that engagement. That gave him a big opening if he can hold on to it. What an angle there. Just getting melted immediately. Gambino, his turn to try, and not gonna last. You got 2 directly out front of him to melt him immediately. Drift, now with the rail in hand, does whiff it on Noble. The rail's just not working out for PK so far here. They might as well stick to the Magnum in the melee.
I guess that's what you need. Oh, reliable, the H5 Magnum. We're going to miss you, buddy. I promise you. As Drift making his way over towards top mid, holding down the top side of the map. The 50 is being controlled. Magical is actually going to go down as well. So a 3v3 scenario with top control still in the hands heavily of PK.
Drift just looking to hold it down. Better to swivel out of this man too, but does get melted immediately. Palu going to lock that down. Back up to top mid he goes. One player on red tree. Going to shoot him in the back here in a second. Can he pick up something? He can't. 3 dead now. Make it 4 in a second if Tapping can... Oh, Tapping can't get the kill. Bullet, the last guy alive. That's a huge defense out of Bullet, though, just to slow it down a little bit. Give his teammates off spawn a chance to overextend here. Can they get there in time? Atso trying to get this flag out through, and you know what? It looks like he will plant it in for a 2-1. So despite the attempt out of Bullet, PK, they're just shooting a little better.
That they are. That's a great cap coming out of PK. They're now 1 cap away from taking this game, and Atso not slowing down, taking down Bullet off the screen. Gambino gonna get the melee kill on Noble, and once again, top mid control in the hands of Pittsburgh Knights, and they're clearly winning because of it. I mean, they're holding the top side of the map, and they can't seem to get them off of top mid, and Atso even able to get away with the camouflage as well.
Atso, camo rail. Once again, got the combo he needs. Presence on Treehouse as well. A couple players coming up to meet him. He can just play this slow. Noble, first victim. Got one still in the tree here. He's aware of it too. Multiple drop left and right here. So Atso, despite the position he's in, he doesn't quite have team help here. Look, you can see they're looking for him. Man, just gonna hide in back blue here. Perfect opportunity. Magico first one down. They know he's here now. They'll melt them immediately. And that's the brutal kind of aspect of that, right? Like, you want the kill. It's tantalizing, but the timing is so important. You need to have teammates there to help ensure you can do something with it.
That you do. Bullet getting a big kill, and 2 down go your Pittsburgh Knights. Atso trying to stay alive over towards Red Engine, but he's going to eventually be the 3rd kill as well. Light Rifle in the hands of Luna. Excellent shots. Staying alive, trusting his teammates to finish off that kill, and the flag is on the move, Alex.
Flag is on the move. Fire and Ice looking to tie this game up here, but both flags on the move. PK with a quick little counter. Tapping. Gonna fly in the window here and almost get himself a 2nd kill. Atso here to clean it up instead. Flag does get returned. They're looking to plant it. Atso getting tagged up in a last-ditch effort. He does toss the flag out, but honestly, I don't think it's enough. You got Fire and Ice just dominating that situation for a 2nd flag plant to tie our game. What a battle this has been.
I talked about it before. Fire and Ice have really caught up in skill to Pittsburgh Knights, and this is going to be a lot closer of a matchup than we've seen in the past, as Drift ends up getting a big slay. 2 down go Fire and Ice. Just as they start to compliment them, PK are starting to gain complete control on the offense, but they've just gone 3 down. Fire and Ice having better defense, and that's going to be the 4th play for your Pittsburgh Knights. Fire and Ice able to weather the storm, but now can they turn this into offense?
Starting to wonder, is that a good idea? Like, the way that player just, took the rail to the flag, tried to get the kill, tried to collect the flag despite having no teammates up. If anything, maybe you got to just, hold on to the rail and play it a little slow for a second. Know that that flag is kind of dead and there's no opportunity, because instead, Fire and Ice, now they have a chance to do something with this. Pelu, I don't know what he just shot at, Tony. I don't think that was intentional, but he'll waste one. He'll shoot up on top mid here as well. We got Drift right out front of him. Pelu does help with the kill. Noble with plenty on the feed there. It's a good map control opportunity here. They just got to assault the base.
And that was another 3 down going in favor of Fire and Ice. Let me tell you, Magico and friends are really starting to impress here, as they're once again getting the slaves. Another 3 down. That's going to be the 4th player. Who's running this flag here? Because that was a momentary 4 down. That flag a little bit late, but luckily it's still on the move. Bullet takes out Gambino. Bullet ends up getting a double kill. The flag being picked up. They need to watch for the overextenders. There's one player over towards top mid, but I don't think there's anybody to stop him. I think Fire and Ice might end up getting this cap here. They got it in the base. Oh my God.
And they did plant it in last second. What a hold your breath moment, though. My God, right? Because PK, the entire PK team was up, but nobody was in position to get into the base. So everyone had their reticles placed on blue, and it was just a test of who can melt faster. But you get enough bodies on that flag, you'll secure it. So Fire and Ice, respect the discipline and the effort that went into closing out that game. They were down most of it, but man, did they clutch up.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, Fire and Ice was able to put the Pittsburgh Knights 3 down, and there was one straggler over towards Engine. I think Magical kind of prioritized that player when he had another player in position, and nobody was really running the flag for a bit. I was like, okay, a little bit of a delay, but eventually they hunt that player down. They recognize the spawners coming from Silo, and the flag came out a little bit late. But Bullet ends up getting a clutch double kill, which kind of made it didn't really matter at that point. Great job by Fire and Ice, but you can take a win off for a great team, but to prove that you're that great team as well, that you can match them, you have to close out on a series, which is a lot harder than it sounds, and it sounds pretty hard at that.
It does. I will say Fire and Ice are looking better than usual, though. They're looking pretty damn nasty right now. Like we said, leading up into this series, Fire and Ice, they're kind of a different team. They've spent enough time playing together that it's hard to say who's better at this point. And we're really seeing it with Fathom CTF. Whether or not they can secure this comes down to locking it out, closing it out, right? So Regret Slayer up next. Great opportunity. They got momentum coming into a close quarters map like this. Hopefully that benefits them. But PK, no stranger to this position. They've been backs against the wall time after time with ESA, and they typically are the ones who come out on top. So can't wait to see it happen, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have very similar styles. I mean, they're both dedicated into always forcing those 2v1 situations, always ready to up the tempo and just collapsing on their opponents. I mean, they both have that very similar play style, and now it's really going to be about who wins those individual gunfights, who clutches up when it matters most, and tapping buttons going in for a huge flank is going to help your Pittsburgh Knights as they're starting up tied up, but they do have the advantages here as 4 go down for Fire and Ice.
Tapping that flank just paid dividends in a big way, man. What a play. Getting those 2 kills and living and setting himself up for a beauty spawn trap here. 5 and a second kill into Needles, looking for a 30 or a Magical. Tell me he does it. And he won't. Magical will shut him down. But man, Tapping was on a tear.
That he was, but now Nobles is his chance to show us what he got. He's already playing that first player, that entry-level player, but sadly, he's going to go down, giving all of the advantages to your Pittsburgh Knights, who end up equalizing the situation. Gambino gets a big kill. Tapping Buttons does as well. 11-5 lead going in favor of your Knights.
Drift looking for a nice cleanup. 13-6 now, make it 14, double for him. Just playing SWAT out here, just, one headshot for the kill out of this man. Nice presence on top mid as well. Bullet going to try to slow this down with his position, but forced to kind of rotate here. Teammates now coming up through pink, so they should be able to melt Drift, but Drift getting so much mileage out of every play that he makes, and that is so beautiful for PK because it gives them openings. Look at this, 18-8 now. As they clean up red base, they'll flip it to blue.
Yeah, I mean, that was another 3 down going in favor of Pittsburgh Knights, and they're allowing the entire Fire and Ice squad to spawn up before they collapse. Beautiful shots coming out of Atso. Fire and Ice on the defense right now, but Tapping Buttons and Gambino's offense are just too good. Back-to-back kills going in favor of PK, and the second overshow's not even up yet, and we're almost at the 25 kill mark, at least for PK. Definitely not for Fire and Ice.
This is the brutal reality, right? We talked about the snowball effect, the momentum that happens in Regret, all off that opening start, and the spawn control is just, it's so quick, it's so prevalent. So if they can secure an OS, maybe they can flip it on them. That's huge out of Pelu. He dives on, and he does grab it, so Pelu just made a massive play, but now he's got to quickly do damage. Oh my God, though, he can't get an opening. PK, they're so quick to shut it down.
PK are just swarming on Fire and Ice right now and not giving any openings whatsoever. Beautiful plays coming out of them. Now we're seeing top control go in the hands of Fire and Ice, though, which is good. I mean, now they're starting to fight back a little bit as Noble wins a big piv against Tapping Buttons, which again allowing top mid going back in control of Fire and Ice. They know where the spawners are. They're starting to collapse. Maybe Fire and Ice can come back in this game. It's momentum driven, and they have it on their side.
Noble definitely got some momentum off that 5, but 2 going to meet him on pink side. Can he win anything here? Not likely. And that'll shut him down quickly. 29 on the board. Still a 10-kill advantage to work with. Fire and Ice, they got quite a bit of a road to come back through, but killing spree for Drift. Not looking good for Blue if Drift keeps this up. He's going to clean up another here. Bullet now dead. Shots into top mid. Bullet looking for more here, and Poppy going to make it tough. And man, I love that movement out of Bullet. He did exactly the amount of damage he needed to do and stayed alive in position for his teammates to pick that up.
Drift doing a good job of holding down and playing his life right now. Both teams fighting over top mid, but he's going to take some heavy damage here, and Drift going to be the first player to die, giving all of the advantages to Fire and Ice. Atso and Tapping are not even in position at the moment, so Fire and Ice have the opportunity to take over top mid. Magical ends up taking down Tapping Buns. Atso now trying to hunt Bullet down, ends up doing so. 35-24. PK have bounced back. They lost a little bit of control, but they've always had the lead, which gave them a little bit of a buffer, Alex.
Exactly. Like, we can see some fight out of Fire and Ice, but at this point, PK are just trading blows. They're keeping their lead, stable, which is all that really matters at this point. As long as they keep trading, picking up their kills, they're going to hold on to this 10, now 12 kill advantage. And a big part of that's going to come out of this OS spawn that's about to happen here. Tapping good live. Gambino with a kill. They got presence. That OS was actually collected by Noble. So Fire and Ice do have it, but very quickly, and we saw this last time, PK, they're so quick to deny any opening, any opportunities for this Fire and Ice team. Tapping. Oh my God, what a fight there. Pelly will take it.
Gambino does end up taking down Noble off a screen. Gambino actually ends up getting a double kill off a screen before Luna hunts him down. Bullet does find the final player over towards bottom blue. Does an excellent denial nade, cutting off that exit, allowing him to push in and hunt the player down. But they're still currently down 42-33. So Fire and Ice, they have these moments, but PK were just better for 90% of this game. And it looks like it's going to go in the hands of PK to force a game number 3 soon.
Just scrappy trades left and right. PK, like if they lose an opportunity, they at least go down with a kill. And as long as they at least get a kill, they stay on top here. They're going to kind of edge their way out of this series, or this game at least, at this rate. 10 kill advantage here. 46 and count. And looking for 47. Drift with a nice nade should close it. Gambino does it instead. 3 more left to go here. We got 2 victims waiting on Car's side as Red looks to make the collapse here. Nice kills, actually, out of Fire and Ice, but it's just not nice enough. Not with Drift coming in here with the posse.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice kills coming out of Fire and Ice, but it was too little too late, as PK going to come out the victors in this one, 50-40, and rightfully so. I mean, they had control of this map legitimately 90% portion of the time, and they were always flying at Fire and Ice. We're going into a game number 3, and as we've kind of said multiple times, me and Alex are both big believers in momentum, and Fire and Ice had it going into Regret Slayer, but sadly PK just sucking the air out of the room here, and now going to be handsomely going with that energy and revitalize going into game 3. I'm not sure what the map and game type is, and I'm really afraid to even ask you. If I had to make a guess, I'm going to go Rig Strongholds, but I'm really scared to ask.
It has to be, though, right? It was Rig Strongholds last time. There's no way. If it's not Rig Strongholds, then it's not my fault anymore, Tony.
The whole damn thing's rigged.
The whole thing's rigged. I think we got, rigged. I see what you did there. Rig Strongholds should be coming up next year, but like you said, the momentum's flipped. This is a totally different game now. PK, they won in dominant fashion, and now they got the confidence coming into this. Fire and Ice, they clutched up in an objective game type, so that definitely counts for something. Objective is what's up next. So teamwork, chemistry, going to be so important. But PK, they're not strangers to this. Once they get that whiff of blood in the water, they swarm like sharks. And it's hard to say that they're going to back down now. They're going to slow down with the advantage they just gained.
Yeah, I mean, and luckily for PK, even though they've lost the objective, as you kind of alluded to before, I mean, clearly they've showed that they have that firepower. They got that dog in them, if you will. And if they can really carry, and they can carry that and get those slays in a game type like Strongholds, I mean, hey, it's really hard to cap 2 base and hold it if you're consistently dying. Trust me, I do that on the regular.
Trust me, I die on the regular. Yeah, I know your pain, Tony. That's why we stick to casting, right? We don't need to die out here. We can just talk about what these guys are doing, which is hopefully sick, because I'm always a fan of some good Halo play. Right now, the camo seems to be down, and so does the rail. The rail's going to drop into the abyss below here, so no power weapons to speak of, except for the shoddy, which I think is down on the map as well. Probably just died with it.
Tapping Buzz doing a great job of hunting down Bullet, but he's currently 1 shot, 1 bullet, if you will, and that player not able to hunt. Tapping Buns being ever so elusive, but luckily Magico eventually gets the cleanup kill on Rig. You got to control 2 points, and most likely it's going to be bottom mid and Nest as well. We're going to see how they want to play it, as Bullet ends up dropping Gambino like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, PK with early control. They're looking for 3 caps here as well. Drift, I love that back down, though, just to stay up. But he does get melted immediately after. The delay, though, was perfect for Atso, who almost pulls a double. That kill is just enough for Fire and Ice to get a little bit of an opening here. But you can see, yeah, Magico was so ready to dip out of there. He knew that he was about to be assaulted. Thankfully, he's got a teammate with him to help. So they will secure their first points on the board here. A Nest BR-based setup. Not perfect, but a great start for this game.
Great shots coming in from Magical, and holding down Whitehall is Fire and Ice. I mean, there's no way you're going to be able to hold a 2-cap if you don't have that Whitehall control. Beautiful slay by Magical, going in for the recover. Now they're going in for the trip cap. Bottom mid going in favor of Fire and Ice, and look at that. Magical and Bullet 1-2 combo. Noble takes down Atso, and Fire and Ice are finishing off where they left off in game 1. I don't know where this energy was in game 2, but I'm loving that it's here now.
It's looking good. Magico with that solo push on the BR base. He also flipped the spawn out to Car, and they were ready for the most part. They've been ready for this Car side spawn. Magico with the nade in, shots in. He's got team help as well, so that'll delete them on Nest. But big pickup on that rail player. Gambino here in time for the camo. So Fire and Ice, despite the map control, kind of sleeping on the power weapons there. And now they go in the hands of PK. Gambino can get a little run started here. Just sneaking his way through E1. One player directly beside. He's got to live for this. Somehow Bullet survives that situation. You'd think he wouldn't. Hellu's searching for the man as well. They're about to dive on this dude like a dog pack, and it looks like they will.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where Gambino's team was. Gambino had the camouflage. Yeah. If you know one of your teammates have camo, you have to gravitate towards. You have to be within elbows length. You don't have to be like right on him holding hands, but you have to be in a position where you can help him at any point in time. I don't know where Gambino's team was, but they end up losing 2 bases from a momentary trip cap. Now going in favor of Fire and Ice and Whitehall control in favor of the boys in blue. That's not good for your Pittsburgh Knights.
Definitely a bit of a missed opportunity for PK. Having that rail, like if anything, you'd want to just, rotate out as far as you can, stay alive, because now it's in the hands of Bullet. Bullet, how is he alive though? They can't find, they're definitely calling him out, so Bullet, yeah. Eventually he'll die. I think he might have played the rail, so if anything, great, play out of him to just ensure nobody else picks it up here. Noble, nice little team collapse there on Gambino. Snaps onto Nest, beautiful shots, but a second player here. Oh, he gets the barrel kill. And he stops the Nest. Bullet there to pick up the second. That was dirty out of Noble.
Let me tell you, Fire and Ice are coming out swinging right now. They simply want it more, as PK does end up getting 2 slays in their favor, so they are going to flip the map going towards BR base. Luckily, Noble's ready for basement, but he's going to need some help here very soon, as a player is trying to hunt them down over towards Long Haul. Drops in, 2 players going to finish them off. 3 down go Pittsburgh Knights, and 1 player trying to overextend towards Nest. You ain't going to be doing much by yourself, Drift. I'm sorry. That ain't the way Strongholds works in Halo 5.
Yep, Drift can't do it alone. Noble, if you are alone, you might as well flank, play it slow. Right now, he might actually sneak his way to camo somehow. Man just slipped through the DMs there. Nobody saw him just walk out through Engine 2, and he'll walk out through Engine 1 now. The man's invisible. I mean, he is invisible, but the whole time, apparently.
He was invisible before he even picked up the camouflage.
Before he was invisible.
How he was so disciplined too, because he decided not to sprint because he didn't want to make his I guess his position known. So he literally just walked over, stole camo, and just walked out like nothing happened. Luna taking down, tapping off of screen, ends up taking a bit of team damage here. So he's gonna have to back down. You have to keep your camo player alive, and that's exactly what Noble's doing right now.
Noble just a big old nuisance here, right? Look at this. Like, Drift's like, where the heck is this? He's shooting everywhere. Can't find him. Just sitting on the wall here. And perfect, honestly. Teammate in position. They'll get the quick capture. Trying to hold on to the points they got here. Nice snap out of Noble onto Atso. He'll make the rotation out the car here. Should collect the rail. And maybe, is the shoddy there too? Or maybe just the rail? I mean, either way, it's a benefit. Can he lock it down back base here, though? He's got a teammate with him. They need this basement. Starting to hemorrhage time here as well. You can see PK have now pulled over their score. They're now leading.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused here, Alice, because I mean, Fire and Ice had control of the camouflage, and somehow we're still not putting points on the board. In fact, PK actually had the double cap, and now have the triple cap, despite Fire and Ice holding on to that camo for almost its entirety right there. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but PK just seemed to be playing a lot better as Atso and Drift getting back-to-back kills. Things are looking very good if you're a fan of your Pittsburgh Knights. Trip cap on the board, 70-point mark has been reached. PK might just steal this away.
This is looking rough for Fire and Ice here. All the momentum they once had now just squandered. Apparently, Trip Cap held on to by PK. 80 points and counting. Your Magico and a Mad Dash will get the nest. Thankfully, Pelu's there as a saving grace. You got another teammate to clean up that other player, but he didn't get the cap. He couldn't do it. PK, so quick, so effective with all their lives here. They'll break the opportunities of Fire and Ice. They're about to win this game off it too. Camo in the body of a blue player. Fire and Ice, this is their last opportunity. Honestly, I don't think they have time. They're going to get basement, but can they get to Nest? They got 2 in Nest here. Drift about to get the collapse. Camo sitting in top of Nest at 99, but he can't do it in time. That would have been beautiful. I love that positioning, though. The cheeky play out of that Fire and Ice player on the wall to try to secure it. Just didn't happen. PK, they'll walk away with another W.
You know, that would have been nice, but you know what? That's kind of one of the matchups that we're going to be talking about not happening in Halo Infinite. You know, he was in that base, and he was in that base holding it down, but didn't have enough time to steal the base and end up losing because of it. But in Halo Infinite, if he's in that base, the points are going to stop. So, again, kind of going back to what we started saying at the beginning of the tournament, that I'm really interested in seeing that big change in stronghold going into the next game title.
I'm interested in it too, for sure. But the dynamic here, though, is, in my opinion, some of the most hype moments in Halo 5 Strongholds are the moments when the cap goes through, because it takes so long, right? There's the the suspense where you're like, oh my God, is he going to do it in time? Will he cap it? Because he almost did. And that's kind of the beauty of it. In Halo Infinite, it's going to be very frantic, and those moments will happen more often, but they might not impact quite as intensely as they do in Halo 5 because they're less prevalent. However, in Infinite, what you might get instead is just a frenzy of events happening, right? Like, was it cap, stop, like back and forth as they continue rotating. So it's a different energy, and an energy I welcome either way. What a series, and what an energy to close that series and bring us onwards in winner's side. PK looking strong. They'll knock Fire and Ice down, and I'm sure we haven't seen the last of Fire and Ice in this tournament. In the meantime, though, Yeso, we'll send it back to you. Give us the breakdown.
Thank you, gentlemen. Keeping the momentum going here, and PK with the 2-1 win over Fire and Ice. And this is a matchup and kind of a rivalry we've talked about a lot over the last month or so, as we've really seen PK and Fire and Ice kind of coming to prominence heavily here on Microsoft Sundays. And for a long time, it's always felt like PK kind of handily had the edge against Fire and Ice. But it seems like over the last month that has very much shifted, and despite, and credit to PK, they won this series for sure, but this seems to be a matchup that is closer than it really has ever been. And it's very fun to watch, and it really means that, we go into these matchups between PK and Fire and Ice, and you're not quite sure who's going to come out of it. And it looked like Fire and Ice were ready to do so. They started that third game very strong, built a lead, looked ready to close the series, but PK comes back. So both of these teams, very exciting, very talented, very fun to watch, and very, very, very close. So always love to get to see this matchup. Hopefully we maybe get to see a rematch later on in the bracket. But let's go through the stats from this 3-game series. We'll pull up game number 1 for you right now. This was a blast to watch, and we got to see Fire and Ice coming out to a strong start, and, all of these games were close. The first and third, certainly the closest. We kick it off with CTF on Fathom, and it's a 3-2 win for Fire and Ice. And Noble and Magico leading the way in this one as we jump over to the Slayer stats here. And Fire and Ice just coming out strong. Look at that, 29 kills for Noble, 11 assists on top of that, really leading the way. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was Tapping Buttons and Atto, both having 20 or more kills in this one. A very tightly contested game. Everybody in the game in double digits in assists. A lot of really good teamwork from both sides, but Fire and Ice comes out on top to start the series. Let's go to the last page of stats here before we jump into game number 2. As we see Noble there, solid KDA, 12.6, good accuracy, everybody looking solid. A ton of damage, by the way, coming out of Noble there with over 3,600 tapping buttons, able to break that threshold as well. Just a few more damage than Noble in this game. So those were really the two leaders on that front, and Fire and Ice are able to eke out a very tight 3-2 victory in game 1, and they take the lead in the series. And that brings us to game 2, where we go to Slayer. And PK with a pretty emphatic response here. Fire and Ice bring it back, had a bit of a late push to bring it closer than it was, but PK front run this game 2. They came out, built a great early lead, and really never looked back. And even when Fire and Ice tried to bring it close late, it was just too little, too late. Tapping buttons leading the way once again. Drift with a solid showing as well, with 16 kills and 13 assists. And PK essentially very emphatically saying, hey, we're not going down without a fight. We're going to give you everything we have in this winner's quarterfinal, and brought us to a tie with this one. Noble having another all right game, 11 kills and 8 assists. Magical leading the way in the kills department, whereas Luna and Bullet, bit of a struggle, not able to get into the double digits in this one, and that shows with that 10 kill gap at the end of this game. Let's go to the last page of stats here for game number 2 as we get ready for the decider. Good accuracy for tapping buttons. Everybody kind of looking solid in that department, though Atso with a bit of a down game. Pretty low damage at barely, almost hitting 1,100 damage in this one. Not really what you want to see, but the rest of the squad picked up the slack where Atso had a down game in that department. Meanwhile, on Fire and Ice, solid across the board. They just weren't able to complete the kills that they needed to grab this game. And that brings us to game number 3. We've got CTF under our belt, Slayer as well. Now it's time for Strongholds. And you see that 100-51 score line. And remember, Fire and Ice had about a 20 to 30 point lead when PK finally recaptured control and started to put points back up on the board. It looked like Fire and Ice were kind of setting up to run away with this one. But PK, as soon as they finally kind of got their feet under them in this third game, they did not look back whatsoever and ran it all the way to the finish, finishing this game just short of 7 minutes with a 49-point margin of victory. So well played from PK. Let's go to the Slayer stats here. Just take a quick peek at those. His tapping buttons having another great showing, once again leading the team in slays with 14. Second in the game behind Luna's 15, but a real good showing there. Bullet having a bounce back showing as well, looking solid with 13 and 11, but Fire and Ice just fall short in this one. And this is, PK still kind of holding their dominance over Fire and Ice. As I mentioned earlier, I think this matchup is closer than it has ever been. I think Fire and Ice has greatly improved over the last few months and are bringing this much closer, but it seems like PK still has the edge. Though certainly, if we get a rematch later in the bracket, I think it could certainly go the other way. It just seems like PK has done a very good job of, when they grab that momentum, whether they're ahead or behind, if they grab that momentum, they're going to push it through to a victory more often than not. So well done from them. They will move on, and we're going to move on to a quick break. Still plenty of matches to play in the bracket, and we'll keep it rolling after we come back.
We are back once again with ESA Microsoft Sunday. Our tournament continues, and we are about to jump into one of the most important matchups of the day. We got winners finals coming up here. We got PK off of a hot series against Fire and Ice against Virginia Velocity. And this is a bit of a new turn of events, Tony. I don't think we typically see Virginia Velocity in position to enter grand finals like this. Maybe it's the new roster.
Yeah, I mean we've seen Virginia Velocity find success with some of their rosters in the past, but I mean making it all the way to the winners finals is quite a feat for them. And maybe, I mean, with a win like this, they can secure themselves a top 2 seed, but no matter what, they're guaranteed to be in the top 3, which is quite incredible if you ask me. We pay out to top 3, so they're in the money.
They're in the money. That's right. So these are strides, I guess, out of Virginia Velocity, running with the solid roster, like team solid, I guess, from last week. This is a bit of a LATAM GOAT squad. The only issue is the true LATAM GOAT squad is PK right now currently. So can they step up to the plate, step up to the challenge? Because PK, they're no strangers to this team, to everyone on this roster. They're going to feel right at home. They're going to feel comfy here. And I feel like when PK is comfortable, they kind of tend to dominate. That's the issue. So we'll see. PK at this rate, I feel like they're poised to take it. I'm going to put my vote there. What do you think, Tony?
I mean, yeah, there's been a pecking order in the Latin American community with PK sitting, on top before, comfortably
Trying to take him
on
down.
top. Fire and Ice have kind of closed the gap a little bit, but they've been in second place. And then this roster, this solid roster, now Virginia Velocity, we're kind of in that third place. So if PK already beat Fire and Ice, I don't really see Virginia Velocity really coming out on top. But hey, sometimes that new org swag, you sign that contract, you become a different player. Some players, they get the money and they get lazy. Some players get the money and they start playing even better. They elevate their game. So maybe we might see Virginia Velocity do just that.
So there's a secret sauce in the mix, is what you're saying. On top of being in the money in this tournament as well, right? There's a double incentive here. A good reason to have a confidence boost, I guess, coming into this matchup. So hopefully they take full advantage, because PK, they're no slouch. They're not going to get knocked down here. Now, Tony, the game is apparently up, so I don't have to predict the series. I was about to predict the series once again. It looks like it is going to be Truth CTF, and I am happy to see it. PK, they're going to be right at home here in this opening strat, going to dictate quite a bit of the momentum here. So Drift putting damage in left and right, tapping with an opening double, and that might spell a tricky situation for Velocity early on.
We've seen so much so much Truth CTF in this tournament, and I ain't mad. It's my favorite game mode and map combination. And Virginia Velocity, they need to slow down PK, because right off the rip, PK putting them 3 down multiple times, even getting the flag out to bottom P. Virginia Velocity to find a way to play some defense here, slow down the onslaught that PK's putting on them, and then get slays of their own.
Guardian, oh yeah, he can't make the rotation. Such a tricky spot for him out front, getting lit up. Atso, camoed on the body. He does die immediately. Flag still in session, though, out on pink door. And I like this decision at a PK. They opt for high ground. Want to put themselves in positions to at least dominate in slays and then collect the flag after. Flag now picked up again, just inching a little bit closer here. Zarok with a huge line of defense. I love that play at a Guardian, though. He dove into bottom red. He took one for the team there. Guardian diving in, allowed Zarok to get the crucial return, and they've turned this into a position of pressure onto PK on the base here. Zarok kind of alone here. Going to try to delay or get back smacked.
Back on board with Drift, who's trying to get that P tower control, but he ends up taking some heavy damage. Luckily, tapping buttons coming in for the bait and switch, allowing Drift to stay alive over towards P3. Now getting some shots on Zark, ends up stealing that kill away. His teammate's gonna trade off kills, so 2 down for each team, and Drift has control of the top of the map.
With a couple shots in the set, take him out. Guardian will drop as well. There's the double onto Zarok. Last player up in the door, and he's got to live, but he won't. Big pickup early on there from PK. Look how quick they are. Snapping onto them on the spawn and car bubble. They got one up on top mid to lock him down in the spawn. PK with a beautiful setup for this one, and I don't think they'll make it there in time, will they? Guardian, look at that play. Guardian didn't touch flag, though. Directly just flew into the face of Atso, and Atso getting stopped in his tracks. Guardian for the second time. Dude, the second time Guardian flies into the base and completely disrupts it all.
And that is a big blunder coming out of your Pittsburgh Knights. How many times did we say if you pull that flag, you need to rotate back and watch the cutoff? Nobody watched Virginia Velocity coming in from the weak side on Car, and they were able to overextend literally rent-free. I don't know what the heck's going on here. The return ends up coming in, and now Virginia Velocity are now just stealing the momentum. That's such a rookie blunder coming out of PK. That's not what I expect coming out of a professional roster, in my opinion.
Tony, are we watching the same game? They had top mid control though, right? They ran it out through pick. They had a guy on top mid trying to get the spawners. Just, I guess Guardian somehow slipped through. I don't know. I mean, on top of that, he's got the flag in hand.
You know where they're going.
So...
How do you slip through? You know they're spawning car. You know they're pushing the car door. You know
so car 2 or car 1?
Right,
there's options. They got lanes, right? So he must have slid out through car 1. I don't know. He's a sneaky bugger, right? Like this is PK we're talking about. They're on top of it, I think. Starting to wonder though, I'll be honest, because flag out on both sides. Wait, does the return come in though? Look at, we got a red player on top of it. You got the blue members of Virginia Velocity flying in to try to get the touch to keep the contest going, but Drift looking comfy right now. It's all on Virginia Velocity to defend their base. You can see they're starting to die here. Actually, his teammates are dying. I take it back. Drift is in trouble. Drift's gonna try to, oh my God, Drift, what a play.
Those were some dirty shots coming out of your Pittsburgh Knights' very own Drift. Tapping Buns getting a big nade off the screen as well, so that's going to allow them to come in. Return ends up coming in. That was Tapping Buns that snuck up behind, ends up taking down the flag carrier and then getting a beautiful return, allowing the first cap to go in the board for PK. 3 down once again for Virginia Velocity. This is the coordination that I wanted to see. Getting the slays, getting into enemy team base, playing some offense. Like I said, I think they blundered up a little bit, but clearly they cleaned it up and they've gotten the first cap. Now PK trying to stay alive here on Eli.
There was 2 failed attempts. The third one was a charm, but once they finally break through and get a point, then the momentum gets rolling. You start to worry, does Fire and Ice just pull kind of farther behind here? Look at this tapping, watching the spawn, right? Rotating through. There's Guardian. Look at that tricky route that he takes, right? He doesn't just go straight up the car 2. Man goes straight out front, under the base, just taking the attention of tapping and tapping. It doesn't seem to matter because this man is not missing a shot. My God. He'll fly into blue. Looking for more here. Atso with the 5. He'll dip out of this one. And now that flag just sits out front base, and all the pressure, the attention he's taken, the stick from the death. I mean, PK, they're going to go in with another flag off that play.
That they are excellent shots from Gambino, but Zark is still in the base. They need to make sure that it gets cleaned up, and Guardian sneaking over towards P1 and getting a big slay. 3 down go PK, so maybe we can see a counter cap going for Virginia Velocity as the flag is being pulled, and PK go 3 down. Can they spawn and get over towards that car door? That's the only way they're gonna be able to stop it here. Now, Virginia Velocity already watching. They're already watching car door. This is gonna be a cap. 2-1 lead in favor of PK, but a flag cap coming in from Virginia Velocity.
A last-second hesitation right there on the flag. He almost died before planting it in. I think the worry, too, is you don't want to commit too many resources and lose all your lives because the counter is very real, but it looks like they have, backed that off. They have defended it. They got pressure back on the red once again. Guardian going to try to lock it down, but good luck. He'll die. Atso's going to live a little longer here, and PK with a chance to break out, but the top map control, Fire and Ice. Starting to lock this down here. Zarok with a cheeky angle. Snaps on for a double. Looking for a triple here. Cross map. He'll take his time and stay alive.
3 down once again go PK. Virginia Velocity have a lot of chances to come in and play some good offense. They already have 2 people overextended into the base, but they have to play their lives. Gambino ends up taking down Guardian, and Zark is going to lose his life as well. So 2-1 lead still in favor of PK, and PK playing some great defense, getting Virginia Velocity out of their base.
Nice little slide jump there. Not sure if he bumped his teammate or the geometry to just dive up in the air, but either way, he'll get up to P3 like intended. Already has one on Sepstar. Adso with a kill as well. Good advantage here. That camo, not sure what time it was, if it was very late, but that pink side presence, of course, important. Important for getting cleanups, too. Guardian now dead as well. Tapping and team. They're now pressuring the base. Look at this. Multiple dead. Everyone inside blue. And Joanna about to feel the pressure here. The spawners on car bubble, they got to start thinking about overextending here. Nobody on PK is ready for this overextension. So very quickly, they get up to top mid. And Drift, look at this, ready to lock it down. Dives in, picks up Sep. Flag now out. This is an opening PK was looking for. This might be it to close the game here. Drift in the doorway. Anybody there to stop it? He gets tagged up, but there is no one home, and he'll plant it in for a 3-1 close. What a frantic game one.
Your Pittsburgh Knights able to take game one, but Virginia Velocity putting up one hell of a fight. I'm liking the way that they were playing. I think there was a little bit of blunder in PK's favor. They probably should have ended it a lot sooner, but Virginia Velocity still, I mean, they're the ones who had to overextend. They're the ones who had to get the slays, and even were able to get a counter cap as well. So there's room for me to be positive about the Virginia Velocity roster. However, PK probably going to win this, and it might just be 2-0. Let's be serious.
Right. Virginia Velocity had moments of brilliance. Like you said, they had some good plays. They locked down a couple flag opportunities. I mean, shout out to Guardian Flies, who, like his name, flew into the base multiple times and took one for the team, stopped the flag. He stopped 2 flags. So plays like that are excellent for defense. They keep you in the game to keep it going. But in the end of the day, I don't really think they had too many actual counter flags, right? Well, I think the final score was 3-1. So it's just PK, when they finally do get the opening, because they're going to get it eventually, because they're the ones who are leading the pressure game, right? So that's the brutal reality here. And if that's how it looks in game one, if we get a Slayer, if we get a Strongholds, I only imagine the recipe, the pattern will continue. But of course, Slayer could be a little different. We'll see how that goes. This was Truth CTF to start. So based off that, it should be Strongholds Eden or Rig Slayer. It should be Strongholds Eden, Tony. It's Strongholds Eden coming up next. So teamwork, coordination going to be so necessary here. And PK, they've got that locked on.
Yeah, I feel like if at least if it was a Slayer game type, maybe you can change the momentum. Maybe you can stop PK from literally flying at you by just, slowing things down and making sure you always covering your teammates back. But on Strongholds, you have to be on the move. So there's really no time to slow things down, because then if you do, the enemy team's just going to out-rotate you. And eventually you're going to get trip capped on. Not looking good for our blue team roster, but we'll see what happens here.
I'm all for surprises, like a nice little comeback would be nice to see, especially on a map like this when you've got so much to fight over, and the fight will start off the starting strat here. Drift not going to get the OS. A nice little denial at a Virginia Velocity. Can they deny the camo as well? Looks like they won't quite be able to. So big pickup right there on a PK. They did barely get out with it. The Rockets, though, in the meantime, I want to say in the hands of VV.
Tapping Buzz doing a good job of holding down top catwalk. 2 down, go Virginia Velocity at the moment. Atso trying to get a big kill, but he's just going to stay alive. Him playing his life is more important with staying alive with his camo than it is for getting one singular kill, as a stray nade is going to put him down. And now we're seeing some energy coming in out of Virginia Velocity, and so Drift shuts that down.
Yeah, multiple dropping here left and right. Rocket player did drop as well. Player up on Nest to collect it and hopefully collect the cap here. 7 points in counting, though. Jawan got a teammate with him. They'll make the push up the catwalk here. Jawan taking a couple team shots as well, probably not intended. He will clean up the kill, though. Big pickup on Drift here. Spawner still up on top blue plat, and the team help going to be so crucial for a nice little trip cap out of Fire and Ice. Can they hold on, though? Sepstars, nice pickup. That's a reset on the Nest. And the remaining members of Red now on Blue Bend in a flurry here to try to get something.
I'm sorry, man. I want to see Virginia Velocity take this one, man. I love me an underdog, and usually PK is the underdog going up against the likes of, KCP and even rosters that include pro players like Renegade and Frosty. But in this matchup right here in the winners finals, I would say they are heavily the favorites, and Virginia Velocity are the underdogs. So I want to see some magic happen as Gambino going to drop down, going in for the cleanup kill, ends up taking down Zark, and 2 down go Virginia Velocity. I guess I'm not going to be seeing it soon, huh?
I mean, I see a little bit of magic, right? 24-7, nice little advantage, just starting to apply itself here in this game. But can they hold on, right? The biggest thing about this map is controlling the power-ups. They're about to spawn here, so this is huge. And a Guardian, he picked up the OS. Can he get out of this, though? He's got to bob and weave out of the situation. Man's about to get doubled and melted immediately, so they did deal with it. But you look at the kill feed, that's 3 dead right there. Full team just went down. So despite the loss of OS, they're going to make strides off this and hold on to the lead.
And Johan now going to advance forward into blue base. He knows that there's 3 players that are going into blue. I talk about it all the time. When you have a trip cap, it literally lets you know what the enemy team is going to be pushing as a beacon just comes up as they're taking blue base. Johan going to take advantage of that, getting a clutch double kill, and they're still holding on to the trip cap. It's not only that 2 points per second, it's also letting you know exactly what enemy team is spawning and where they're going to be going as well.
This is the control you want to see out of Virginia Velocity. Looking all beautiful right now, right, through the first half. The worry that I have in the back of my mind, Tony, I mean, I've seen it so many times. The moment that PK gets OS and camo is the moment that things can just immediately flip. So Virginia Velocity in a perfect position, but they can't let up. They can't, leave room for mistakes here, especially when those power-ups come up here. Still, the fight goes down in Catwalk here, just constantly resetting and making it very difficult for PK to get anything going. They will pick it up, though. There's finally the cap. Wait a sec, they've got another body in there to try to keep resetting it, but the cap does go through, and PK finally will get points here.
You were talking about PK getting overshield and cam. It was 8 minutes and 43 seconds. I'm sitting there like, Virginia Velocity, hold on to this double cap. They ain't gonna have no time for no power. But somehow, PK bouncing back, getting a trip cap, and now a double cap of their own. And now they're putting some good points on the board, and we are getting close to those powers coming up. So we might see exactly what you were predicting. Maybe, just maybe they can control both of these powers, or at least one, and take advantage of it.
I mean, you can't worry about it, right? You just got to go with the flow and see how it all turns out. I think I've just seen the comeback so many times. And PK, look at this. They're starting to win their fights here on top catwalk. Big pickup from Gambino. That's a double. Camo up now. Gambino doesn't get the OS, but he can get the camo for free here. And this could be big for PK. They're already on blue bend here. We'll cap it. That's 2 in their favor. Gambino with the camo up on top. The OS deleted. We don't see it on the overlay. So this is now advantage PK. They can flip this if they play it patiently. Gambino not going to give up any options, any opportunities here for blue. You got one on red side there as well. He's aware of it too. You can see he's just trying to manage both gunfights, help his teammates where he can. And this is so huge in maintaining control. Rotation still goes out to blue bend though. He might want to go to red nest to counter this. So he'll slowly rotate through here. And I like this out of Gambino, trying to deny catwalk, though they still don't have presence in nest.
Yeah, I learned that from watching Coach Callis in his reviews. He said, well, when you have that camouflage, your job is really to control catwalk, and the enemy and your teammates, if you will, should have been overextending and getting red nest. And I'm surprised that they didn't, allowing 2 caps to be heavily in favor of PK for quite some time. But Virginia Velocity luckily bouncing back here. PK now trying to overextend over to blue base. Guardian gets the most clutch double kill I've ever seen, but they lost the base. Can they take advantage of the slays? Virginia Velocity needs this.
What a little cleanup at a Guardian Flies. Definitely an opening, but like you said, they still capped it in Drift. What a save. Drift looking for more here. Double out of him. He'll shut it down. And that's the worry right there. Clawing back. It's slow. Progress is slow, but progress is still progress here. So Rock gonna wrap around that blue bend, just barely stay alive. Drift holding it down here from the sneaky. He's just going to stay here. He doesn't need to move just yet. Teammates up on top cat, just being oppressive. Going to lock him down a red side. And Drift can play it slow. The OS camo about to pop up. This is the difference maker right here. If Virginia Velocity can't regain control of these power-ups, I am a very worried caster, Tony.
Well, we're going to find out very soon if they should be coming up as Johan trying to bait them, ends up shooting the rocket towards Overshield.
Got it.
I think, yes, he was able to not only bait it, but even grab it as well. So Virginia Velocity looking good with the Overshield, but what happened to the camouflage?
Yep, other side of the story here in the tower. Johan very quick to rotate here with the OS2, take the extra shields to the fight, and pick up Drift along the way. Big pickup. Virginia Velocity now holding on to this. Nice cleanup for a double here, too. Virginia Velocity, I think they've got, I don't want to say too early, but I do think they can lock this down. Everything going, just coming up Millhouse here. My God, Johan with a pickup on the camo. Something you wouldn't have expected to see, but if they get back into catwalk, lockdown tapping. Oh, man, can he live, though, Johan? Doesn't look like he will. Presence still in blue bend. At the very least, they'll get the 2 cap.
The pieces are there, but it's up to Virginia Velocity to put the puzzle together, and whipping out an empty rocket launcher is probably not what they needed, but beautiful nades by Sepstars is great. Not only able to slay out, but also reset Red Nest. 3 down, make that 4 down, go PK. If Virginia Velocity get one more round of slays, they might not even have no time. That might be it, as Guardian throwing some excellent denial nades over towards BK, so they can just defend one of these bases. That's gonna be it. Virginia Velocity have forced a game number 3.
They played that beautifully, right? Virginia Velocity being a team that it does not typically play at this level, I want to say. PK have been in these winners final situations time and time again. They're used to this pressure. They're well coordinated. They got great chemistry. Typically, what you expect to see is what I was worried about is the moment that PK get control, they start to turn things around. But Virginia Velocity didn't let that happen. Even when the camo was collected, Gambino, his options seemed very limited, right? He was up on top catwalk trying to lock it down, but Virginia Velocity were very good at just playing outside, right? Playing the blue bend, keeping the angles away from Gambino, and just slowing things down in that moment before eventually collapsing and earning the Rockets in the OS once again in the next session of power-ups. So I think, honestly, the Rockets control probably a big kicker, right? They always had them, and they used them to ensure that they, at the very least, secure the OS.
And I'm saying that everybody in the Latin American, everybody who's putting in that work, not even outside of the Latin American community, is putting in that work and grinding together and getting better. They're catching up. You know, again, PK was far ahead of these rosters, and not to say they're sleeping or anything. You know, they're still a very good roster, but everybody else is putting in that work to catch up. You know, they say practice beats talent when talent don't practice. Again, this is the final stretch going into Halo Infinite. Are you practicing?
That's right, Tony. Talent is
I'm waiting
overrated.
for an answer. I'm waiting for an answer in the chat.
I mean, I haven't touched the sticks in 3 days, so I'm kind of screwed personally. I don't know about you, Tony. I'm working on a YouTube video though, so I got a strict setup right now, and I don't want to adjust my setup. Anyway, you guys don't need to know this. Either way, these boys are practicing, and that's what matters, right? It's clear that Virginia Velocity, this roster, have been putting the time in. You put the time in, you see results. And so far, the results are looking good. But the series is not over. We're jumping into game 3 here. Of course, 1-1. The team that wins this series, locks themselves into Winterside Grand Finals, which is exactly where you want to be, a pretty comfy position.
We have yet to see the organization Virginia Velocity or this roster in the past make it into our top 3, but they both have shown signs of success. We've seen them in that top 6. We've seen them in that top 5. Just imagine if they take the win in the winners bracket finals and go into the grand finals, guaranteed top 2 and an advantage against anybody else coming out. That would be exciting. If Virginia Velocity have a chance to do it, let's make Esports Arena history, baby.
Trying to write the script already, I see. Just writing it in advance. We'll see if it happens. I respect the prediction. I still do think PK are going to clutch up. Next up, we got Rig Slayer, by the way. Rig Slayer is an interesting one. You've got, of course, the camo. You got the sniper. You got the shotgun. The worry with Rig Slayer is inside map is so powerful, right? Controlling inside map can be deadly, especially when you slow down the pace of play. You got the shotgun in the tower. You're locking it down here at PK early off the rip. They're going to get the camo, and I think maybe get away with it. That snipe, though, handily in the favor of Sepstars here, who's going to try to hold on to it.
4-2 lead in favor of Virginia Velocity. Has 3 down, go Pittsburgh Knights, and Sepstars now trying to flip these spawns. He has the sniper exactly where he wants him, but not able to get the head. Body shots coming in. Sepstars with the sniper.
Oh. He had perfect prediction there, right? Reticle placed up to T3. Knows that player is more likely to challenge there than he is the T2 doorway, but doesn't clutch up on the headshot, unfortunately. Now left with 1 bullet. Zarat will help him with 1. Snaps. He didn't even tell if he hit that, to be honest, but not going to matter. Shots into Gambino. Into Drift as well. Drift going to lock him down here. The man needs cover, and he's in a lot of trouble, so he will drop. Score still going to sit pretty close, though. 8-6 to start, and that's so intimately aware of this player on the bat ledge. My God, what a 5.
Whew. That man's on fire. Beautiful double kill coming out of Atso, and there's 2 players, one on his left and his right, gonna go after the carbine player. Ends up taking down Sepstars, but the other player was able to overextend over towards yellow corner, and now Atso trying to stay alive, but eventually he gets hunted down. But great slays coming out of Atso Uchiha.
So this is the worry here. Drift, he's locking down tower, big power position. He's also got a shotgun in the back pocket, though. So if anybody tries to pressure this man, he knows exactly what to do. He can lock this down. So he will rotate back out, play it safely. 4-kill advantage here. Good awareness, just to know they're wrapping out through engine side, but coming up from both sides here. Shoddy now in the hands, but can't quite lock it down. Virginia Velocity very quick to get the pinch there and limit his options. Now they have the shotgun, now they have the tower, but they don't have the advantage in Slays here. Tapping somehow, winning that fight. Brutal for Johan.
18-12 lead going in favor of PK at the moment, and Tapping Buttons is winning every individual gunfight. We're in game 3. The winner of this going to advance forward into the grand finals with a beautiful advantage here, but Guardian ends up getting a clutch double kill, saying, hey, we're still in this.
Oh, Sapstars, for a second you thought maybe he'd want to go for the backsmack, but just he plays it patient. He makes sure he hits the shots, gets the kill, snaps onto Tapping. Tapping does not die. Got a teammate there to save him. Tapping will die shortly later, thanks to Yohan. Yohan going to try to live, but he drops. So a little scrappy here as we die left and right. The camo should be up, though. You can see players looking out at it. Should have been up at the very least. Not sure if someone managed to collect it, though. At the moment, 5-kill advantage still, though, for PK. They're going to look to hold on to it. Gambino not aware of this player beside him, though. He'll get picked up.
Apparently the South will rise again because Virginia Velocity are stepping up and bouncing back here as Atto putting down the great shots, but Drift ending all the momentum with just a beautiful scatter shot, getting the double kill. Atto takes down the third player, and that's going to be 4 down for Virginia Velocity. PK just, I thought they were wavering a bit, but clearly they were just charging up for the knockout punch.
Every time we switch to the sniper, he's just about to hit like a blaner. But you see that ego chow? I think it was Guardian who just like, he chows the player on the trench there. One shot, jumps out, still hits it at a stabilize, but you got to respect it. 4 shots in the chamber here for Tapping. There's one player who's actually hiding on basement, but he's not worried about that. Body shot in. Guardian actually being a bit of a distraction there, but look at this, Drift in position, and there's the basement player finally getting into the fight here. Sepstars with 2 shots. Does he land them? Does snap and connect. Gambino dead. Can he get the second? Oh, would have been beautiful. Those are the plays you need to see, but a 10-kill deficit, makes it pretty worrisome for Virginia Velocity.
I don't know, man. If he would have hit that headshot, that would have been a lot of momentum. They would have still had that sniper rifle. The comeback might have been a little bit easier than obviously without his Guardian trying to get the slay. Ends up taking down Drift. Zark and Johan getting back-to-back kills as well. So that was going to be 3 down in the camouflage going in the hands of Virginia Velocity. If they're going to make a comeback, it's probably going to be on the backs of this camouflage player.
These boys don't miss, Tony. They don't miss. I don't know if you just saw that fancy 5 at a Guardian. He's looking for more, but speaking of players who don't miss, Tapping's got a shotgun directly above him, so he'll take him out. 10-kill advantage still here. Atso with a slow rotation through engine. Despite the advantage, they play it so carefully, and that's part of the reason why PK still pulls away. My God, don't get ninja'd. Atso gonna turn and burn him despite it. Looking for more here, 2 in the hallway. Tapping and clean that up. Nade in. Nice little rotation out to Carr that'll open up the bunker side as he comes back here, but for now, just worried about the players in back cat.
And his deficit might just be too big. I don't know if Virginia Velocity can come back in this one. Atso dropping down, ends up getting a double kill. Only 2 more players on the map, but 4 still up for PK. That is not a good equation. Johan's going to go down as well. They are staggering right now, and they are simply dying one at a time. Virginia Velocity needs to spawn up and defend their spawn.
There's a reason why PK win these ESA tournaments. They continue to get into these top spots. They clutch up, Tony. When situations like this, even going down on the back foot, they're no strangers to pressure. They're no strangers to these situations. What's that?
When's the last time they won?
It's been a while. It's been a bit, but they've won. They've won like 2.
You're talking like they're winning that week after week. I'm over here checking my calendar. I'm checking my notes here. I haven't gotten a win since 2020. Over here talking about it. This is why they win.
All right. I'm just trying to gas them up a bit because clearly they took that in dominant fashion. But what I meant to say, despite only winning a couple, they're always in the top spots though. Come on, they're always in like top 3 at the very least, and they do that because they know how to clutch up against anyone who isn't a top team at this point, right? The only teams I'm worried for PK would be like KCP, any of the pro god squads. But right now, in a tournament like this, when those players aren't here, PK, they tend to reign supreme. They will punch their ticket into Winterside Grand Finals pretty handily.
Yeah, we've seen PK consistently get top 3, even with some of the best playing. Like you said before, KCP, multiple rosters that included Frosty, Renegade, half of Cloud9, half of Envy, and they've always found a way to make it into top 3 over and over again. They've consistently been a great team. I was just poking fun because he said win. I'm like, maybe they could win tonight because we haven't seen one in a while. PK, all eyes are on you. You're in the grand finals. You have the advantage. Again, all the pieces are there. It's up to you to put the puzzle together.
No pressure. PK, they'll sit pretty in Winterside Grand Finals. In the meantime, Virginia Velocity, great effort out of them. They'll drop down to lower brackets, still definitely have a shot, and I expect to see more of them. We're going to be jumping into the lower bracket when we come back from our break, but before we get there, Yeso going to break down the stats for you all.
Credit to Virginia Velocity, one of the best performances we've seen from them on a Microsoft Sunday, but they do drop down to wait in losers finals as PK take a strong 2-1 win over Virginia Velocity here in the winners finals. Welcome back, everybody. Let's look at the stats from this series. We'll jump right into it before we get to our break, and we'll start with game number 1. PK coming out to a strong start here in this series. Didn't start as strong in the last one with Fire and Ice taking the win in game 1, but PK came out to make a statement to start off this one. So let's get into game number 1 here. Pull this one up for you guys. And there we go. So we started off with CTF on Truth, and it's a 3-1 win here for PK Drift with a couple of caps to their name, and Gambino following that up with one as we jump into the Slayer stats. And this is where, I highlight it all day. Obviously, things play out very differently in objective game types than just straight up Slayer, but kills always matter because they open up opportunities for you to take control of the map and for you to secure objectives here. Drift not only leading the way in the caps, but also second in the kills. Look at that. Slays across the board here for the side of PK. 18 for Drift and Atso. Tapping Buttons leading the way with 19, and even 12 for Gambino with 12 assists. So everybody looking strong on the side of PK here in game number 1. Sepstars was able to get 19 and 9 in this first game, but not able to open up enough of an opportunity to keep things really close down the stretch. Able to get 1 cap in, which is important, but they couldn't bring it close in the end, and it's a 3-1 win for PK to take game 1. Let's go to the last page here before we jump into game number 2. We started off with both objective game types in this series, a save Slayer for last, which makes things very interesting in the winners finals. Some interesting lower accuracy numbers than I would expect out of Drift and Gambino, both sub 50%, though fairly close to that 50% threshold. But Tapping Buttons and Atso both looking real strong in the accuracy department, both hovering right around 60%. So both of those players looking really strong, and Tapping Buttons especially with 3,300 damage tops in the lobby and really gets it done in game number 1. And that's the 1-0 lead here for PK in this series. And it looked like with the momentum they carried from that series against Fire and Ice that they were just going to take a quick 2-0. But as we get to game 2, we know Virginia Velocity bounced back in a big way. We go to strongholds here, and while it looked like PK were building an early lead and we're ready to run away with it, this was kind of similar, a bit of a flip-flop though this time around to what we saw between PK and Fire and Ice. PK builds the lead, but Virginia Velocity, once they establish themselves and start to put some points on the board, they just run away with it here. And it's a 100-54 win in game 2 for Virginia Velocity on strongholds at Eden. So good showing here and a good response from Virginia Velocity when it looked like PK had all the control, all of the momentum in this series. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this one. As I imagine, we still had a solid showing from a few players on PK. Gambino was 16, 15 for Tapping Buttons, but it was Guardian, 20 kills, 15 for Johan. Sepstar showing up with 16 as well. So big second games from multiple players on Virginia Velocity pry this series open and made things very interesting with game number 2. Let's go to the last page before we jump into the decider in this series. So, all right, nothing crazy, nothing stand out in the accuracy department for the side of Virginia Velocity. Atso, in fact, leading the lobby at 59.5%. So nothing crazy on this side, but it was just good control from Virginia Velocity. While they didn't start as well as they would have liked, they finished very, very strong in this game, and they tie things up at 1. And that brings us to the decider. And I love when it sets up this way. Getting Slayer as the deciding Game 3, I think, is extremely fun, makes things very interesting. But PK came out and responded. Despite the tough loss in Game 2, they dominate Game 3 and win 50-36. Tapping buttons, keeping the run going has been incredible today for PK, and leads the way in this final game with 17 kills, 10 assists as well. Gambino with a bit of a down game with 8 and 8, but the rest of the team picked up the slack big time. And Sepp Stars and Johan having down games as well, 8 kills and 4 respectively. So that's a tough one to swallow there for Virginia Velocity, but at the very least, they've guaranteed themselves a top 3 placing today, which is fantastic. I don't believe we've seen them inside of the top 3 yet here on a Microsoft Sunday, so that's a huge boon for them. The question is, will they be able to win that losers finals matchup and earn a rematch with PK in Grands? We will find that out later on in the day, but they at very least have gotten themselves into the money with that series. So well done there from Virginia Velocity, but PK moves on into Grands, and we're going to move on to checking out the losers bracket. We're going to go to a quick break right now, but when we come back, Microsoft Sunday's Halo 5 tournament continues.
Okay, we're finally back. Did you miss us? We've been gone for a little while here, just waiting out for the close of a series that finally finished so we can finally get into the next series. And trust, you didn't want to see that one. This one's going to be much better, much sweatier. Tony, we got Void going up against Next X. Should be a hell of a match. And at this point, I'm just down to watch some good Halo 5. I don't know about you. We've been waiting in the wings a little too long here.
Yeah, man, I was supposed to move my car and then I got lost and I don't know what happened, but yeah, Void going up next X. I'm pretty sure this is a rematch from last week, and I'm ready.
I'm ready, Tony. Let's get it. Did they wait? They didn't already play today, or am I going wild here? Next X played. Who did Next X lose to today?
I'm not sure actually.
Put you on the spot.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure. Again, it's been so long.
I think it was
got
Virginia
lost
Velocity.
parking my car, and no,
Yeah,
no,
no
you know
worries.
what? Next X did play another Latin American team earlier, but I don't think it was Void.
Yeah.
I don't think it was.
I think it was I think it's Virginia Velocity. However, Void is up there, right? So when Virginia Velocity was solid, team solid last week, Void and Solid were trading blows, right? They were kind of at that same level. So Next X beating Void would be a good win for them, just considering they've been struggling a little bit on chemistry recently. They need this, I think, if they want any kind of momentum going through. I mean, they need this to stay in. It's the lower bracket, but it would be some good momentum for them and a good test, too, considering the caliber of players on this team, right? You got Carmea, you got Simply Fear Me, you got this time Floriously and Juan, which two players that they've swapped out with and two heavy hitters, right, in their own right. So it really comes down to, do they have any more chemistry now than they did back in the winner's bracket? Have things changed? Because there was a missing link there beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Simply Fear Me and Carmea do really well in the Pro Series under that Elevate banner. But since then, we haven't really heard much from them. We want to hear them make some noise. We want to see how prepared they are going into Halo Infinite, because this is a squad that we've said, again, team next up. This is supposed to be that next Boo Boo Doobu and Falcade, if you will. Maybe be that next Royal 2 and Snakebite if they get to that level, but they need to prove it. They need to prove it here at Esports Arena Halo 5. And need to prove it in Infinite as well. But there's a ton of potential with this duo, and I want to see them find success.
Well said. On the other side of the coin with Void, you got Luor, you got Strikey, Laylox, and Rorsch. This tournament has been dominated by Latin American talent. There's no shortage, right? We got PK sitting on winner side grand finals. We got Fire and Ice probably somewhere in losers still ready to, about to play a match. We have this team solid, Virginia Velocity, also a Latin American team, and then Void as well. All these players, so damn good, so difficult to beat for our NA rosters here. So this Void roster on the come up as well. We're talking about who's next up, but I mean, it just seems like there's so much talent kind of ready to take the spotlight if next up doesn't step up to the plate.
Yeah, when we had the Pro Series was separated by region. So, teams like Elevate and whatnot, they snuck into the top 8, making it into championship bracket, while some other teams like the Latin American rosters like PK and Void and even Virginia Velocity say, hey, look, if all regions were there, we don't think you would have made top 8s, and we're going to prove it right here, right now, by beating you right here. So I think not only is these tournaments really important, Esports Arena tournaments really important for the scene, just because we're showing off all regions. We're seeing, in the Pro Series, it was separated North America, it was separated EU, it was separated Latin America, but I want to see all of them fighting together. It's almost like a mini Worlds.
I want to see it too, sooner rather than later. Let's talk format, though, as well, Tony. Round 7.
All right.
So, assuming this is correct, we got Strongholds Eden, we got Slayer, Regret, CTF, Fathom for this one. We've seen a bit of Slayer, Regret today. We've seen one Strongholds Eden game that was pretty damn intense. What would you hope to see out of Strongholds Eden to kick off the series?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's multiple ways you can hold down. I like holding blue and Catwalk, but, many others would say, red and Catwalk are the play. No matter what, it seems to be that you want to control Catwalk, and you obviously have to control the power-ups. I think with Catwalk comes Camouflage, and in my opinion, Camouflage, you have it in the right hands. It can neutralize Overshield and the entire map at that. So I would say no matter what, make sure you're controlling Catwalk, make sure you're controlling that Camouflage, and hold on to it for dear life.
Definitely massive, right? We saw that with PK controlling a Catwalk with Camo, just a power position. You got so many sight lines. At the same time, you can counter it with the Rockets and with the OS. But once again, you know, we've been here time and time again, Tony. It looks like it's Strongholds on Plaza, not on Eden to kick off our series, and I'm not complaining. Plaza also a great map. We got a Cambo up on top mid to contest, which has already been picked up by Team NextX, and hopefully they can use it to make a play.
Plaza is definitely my second favorite map in Halo 5, right behind Truth, and I'm not mad we got some Plaza as well. We do see the first cap going to go in the hands of Furiously and Team. Looks like it's mixed up. Actually, Team Next are going to be on the red team squad, but they're able to take Yard. But Yard is definitely not the most important base in my opinion. You want to hold down Nest and you want to hold down bottom mid. Let's see how they do. They're able to steal away bottom mid, but can they rotate over and take Nest?
Well, bottom mid first. Looks like that will be clear for them. They'll pick it up. Strikey looking to grab a kill here. Butt getting tagged up. Can he jump up to top mid? Does whiff it. And that's a moment right there where you got to have that movement on point. He had camo. He could have hit that jump. He could have got out there unscathed. Instead, the nade hits him. And he dies. He loses that power up because of it. Now we'll see if Next, or if Void, I guess, can recover. Come off of Cafe here, get to Nest to try to regain some form of control here, but the 2-cap in control by Void, by NextX currently, and we'll see if they continue to hold on.
Be down, go Team NextX, and okay, something
170.
Something not quite right.
Something not quite right, Tony. That's a good observation, I think, definitely. Hopefully, we do a quick reset of that one. We'll jump back in, I assume, or just wait for an update here. But that was so early on and so even. I would say just full reset it. What do you think, Tony?
Oh, yeah, definitely the case where, you know, one team hit double digits, the other one was 3 points behind. It wouldn't even make sense. I would say definitely full reset, in my opinion. Now, the players might disagree. They're like, hey, look, we had 2 caps and we were on a run, but, you know, sadly, we are remote right now, and things like this are going to happen until we get back to LAN. Yeah. Wouldn't that be nice if we get back to LAN? Maybe, you know, Esports Arena has a lot of venues around the U.S.
They got venues.
You know, maybe Esports Arena needs to get a little land going over here. I'm gonna talk to Shimona in the background. We gonna make something happen.
I would love to see it, dude. We do need to make something. But for Halo Infinite, I think Halo Infinite is going to bring the love, bring the hype, and then that opportunity for big lands is going to suddenly, you know, be there, be right in front of us, which I can't wait to see. One step at a time, though. We've got our reset coming up here for Strongholds, just based off of what we saw. Of course, very close. The early camo, though, did go over to blue, which I want to say was Void to start, right? They had some good control of it. They just couldn't maintain it. They lost that. I think it was Strikey who missed that jump getting up to top mid. That did give NextX a chance. It's really too early to tell, I guess, you know, who would have pulled away there. But inside map control, I think, is going to be the biggest thing we're looking for here. Both Nest and bottom mid, and then set up in those power positions like top yellow, top S4, lock down a spawn like Cafe, and kind of limit the options of the enemy. We'll see who can pull that off. And it is a full reset. We are going right back in the lobby in just a second. You're muted, my man.
We saw Team NextX actually steal away Yard, make their way over towards bottom mid, and they had a 2-cap for a bit, but it really wasn't for long because they ended up getting slayed out, and it looked like Void was going to come back and steal away bottom mid. But now we're seeing, once again, Simply Fear Me making his way down driveway, committing all the way down to bottom mid, right off the rip. I don't think I've seen that before, but the strat not going to work because 3 down go Team NextX.
Definitely a bit of a risky play. Instead, Furiously will break at a Yard. He's got a shoddy, too, to work with, so this could be pretty helpful. Just got to find a good opportunity here. Teammate already pushing up through Cafe. In a good middle position here, though, right? Head on a swivel, looking for fights to get involved in. You got one up on top yellow, deleted by Fear Me, so Furiously knows there's one beside him. Big pickup on the Strikey. That's an opening for bottom mid. You can make the rotation to Nest, assuming they cap it. Going to be delayed a little bit. But, oh, and the spawn and Nest opened up as well. So, kind of a dilemma here, right? Can they get bottom mid? At the very least, it looks like they will, but a bit of a scramble there. And for a second, I thought they didn't have it.
Man, Flursy out here with the shotgun hunts and rabbits over here, just hitting every shot and making it look easy. 2 caps in the hands of Team NextX, but Flursy is going to be hunted down, and that's 2 down for our roster in red.
Rush right now up on Nest. Good spot to be in. Teammate already capped the Yard as well. If you can get some slays secured, they can dive into bottom mid and really set the momentum. But a sneaky play here up on S4 going to make it difficult for Rorsch. That pressure going to go right into Nest. They cap that. Looks like they have presence in Yard as well, though. So spawn up on Nest here. Team Void going to break out. Beauty jump up to top mid. That's the best way to get out of that situation as well. Juan making plays off of it. Almost gets the double.
Almost, but no cigar, because 4 down go team next X, which allows Void to steal away bottom mid. And now we're seeing the spawners go over towards blue, which is not looking good for, which look almost like there was a couple people standing still. Yes, and a player ends up leaving. Looks like we're gonna have to end. I don't know what's going on here. The servers are just not holding up or something.
Yeah, not looking ideal for either team at this point. That's 2 resets in, and it's still early, right? Like, this is, what do you say now, right? That's the next X with an advantage there, 21-13, and a good opening play to earn it too, right? You had, wait, is the overlay still correct, or was that Void?
The overlays are correct. Yes. It was actually in the hands of Void. Yes.
Okay, because you had an opening play by Furiously with the shotgun and team that we witnessed, right? And that's what kind of secured them that early point total. Anyway, you start to wonder, do you reset the whole thing or do you give an advantage to somebody at this point?
Yeah, with only an 8-point lead in one favor, it's still less than double digits. I think it's still early enough in strongholds. We don't have to complicate things with doing a differential. I think we can still go a full reset, but we damn it. I mean, if that doesn't tell you how ready we are for Halo Infinite, that left is right,
ready.
up is down. We can't get a damn server together. We are so ready for Halo Infinite. God bless.
I mean, I will say this game deserves a hell of a lot more love, though, too, man. Halo 5 has so much damn potential, you know? Like, and it's too late. It's too late to preach. What I hope to see, okay, PC, exactly, down the line, right? So Halo Infinite comes out, ideally, pops off. Halo makes a comeback. Halo's back. We're all cheering. A year, 2 years later, hopefully like a year, because I'd love to see H5 come back. But then they bring it on PC, is what I'm saying. Bring the full port. Let this game have a second heyday, a second wind, because there's a lot of this game's special. I think there's a lot of potential that doesn't get to be kind of realized because of these because of the lack of attention. Because Infinite, but let's be real. Anyway.
So I did get a confirmation in the chat. It looks like one team is only going to need 79 points to take the win.
Oh.
And the other team is going to need 87 points. And there was a flip in the overlay, so I want to say Team Void was. I want to say Team Void was up, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not exactly sure.
So was the overlay right?
Overlay. No, it was definitely wrong. So
wait. No, but Lure's on. So the overlay was still wrong. It's been wrong. So blue team was the one that was in the lead. So Void, there we go. Now we're right. Now, so Void was the one with the advantage. Void must be the team that needs 79, I assume, Tony.
Yeah, but you know what? Let's just watch some Halo. I'm so lost at this point, and everything's been going crazy. I'm just happy that we're back here playing some good Halo. Fluency's gonna go down 3 down, go team, next X, and Void now have a chance to make a run. Hey, you know what's a good way to make sure that the differential doesn't matter? Win 100-0. Just go in and absolutely dominate, and then you don't have to worry about a point differential.
I mean, either way, I'm on board with Laylox, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. The man sitting up on the post, got nice shots into bottom mid, got a teammate there to clean that up. Hopefully, teammate can't do it, and neither can Laylox. What a dirty double there at a Carmea with the shotgun to put him down. He'll get right back up to top mid, and might be the start of something special here. Is he? Oh, he'll hear that lift, though. He's ready for the flank here already, sitting up top, shotty in hand. Just waiting to make the play. We'll do it. That's nice defense and an opportunity for Nest because of it.
And that was 3 down that went Team Void. So now we're seeing Team Next make their way over towards top Nest. And now we see a triple cap going in favor of the boys in red, and Carmea putting down some excellent shots. At this point, all they need to do is stay alive and wait for them to push on. Here comes the collapse. Ivan's flying in, but Simply Fear Me was the first player to go down.
Oh, Carmea with a nice attempt there, jump thrust forward. He hits the scope with the shotty to extend the range, but not quite enough, doesn't quite connect it. Instead, we got an opportunity here for Blue to get in pit, but they got to get out of there immediately. Trip Cap looking oppressive here at an XX, not giving many options to Void to counterattack. They've got a couple in the yard to try to stop the bleeding here, but Simply Fear Me gonna mount the challenge. It does get denied. What a 5. A second one drops, so they will, at the very least, slow the bleeding here, but they got to break out.
And I just actually went over to Halo Waypoint just to double check what was going on here. So it looks like Team Void were up 21-13. So Team Void are the ones who have a slight advantage, although Next X currently have the lead. So I had to go to Halo Waypoint to figure this out.
Right, so 79 is needed for Team Void, like we said. And then, oh, wait a second.
All right.
Do the math on this one, Tony. You're going to have to start adding game after game here.
I mean, at this point, I don't know. I don't know which team is lagging out at this point, but unfortunately, you know, if it consistently becomes the same team that's over and over again lagging out, you know,
boot 'em.
Without any fault of their own, eventually we're gonna have to chalk it up to that player's connection isn't strong enough to stay in. I'm not sure exactly who's the one that's not able to stay in, but it might be unfortunate. But eventually, there's going to be a DQ. There's only so many times we can run a reset.
Tony only has so much
I'll
patience.
fill in for my internet connection's fine. I'll fill in right now. I got my controller.
I don't know. I mean, you had to reset your connection earlier today, Tony. I don't even trust that you can get in that lobby. To be honest, you were breaking out earlier. I mean, I'd say I want to get in there, but I'd just be flailing, dude. It's been too long since I played. I've taken like half the week off. I'm not gonna know what I'm doing. I hope these guys can just get back in the lobby. We can finish this off. But assuming we're trying this again, we do have to start tallying the total points between two games now, right? So I hope you got Halo Waypoint up. You can just refresh that and start doing the math. I know you don't like your math. I don't remember the.
I mean, I know. At one point,
13,
Void
56.
had an 8-point advantage, and now Halo Waypoint has just gone down. So I've been failed. Halo Waypoint has actually just gone down.
Of
course,
so
I don't even know what's happening anymore.
It's down, really? What the?
Okay,
heck?
okay. I just got it to refresh. So there was an 8-point lead in favor of Void when we went into that replay of Game 1, but then there was a 23-point lead in favor of Team Next after we ended that Game 1 version 2. What does that mean? No clue.
Okay, what? So I got one team, okay? So Carmea's team had 13 in one game. They had 43 in the other. So they have a total of 56 points between the two games. I don't remember the point score of the other team, though. If you got that, you just add them together. And then the next game that we play, they just have to make up the difference.
I think you're making this way more complicated. One team had
not making it complicated.
8, then it was negative 23, so that is a difference of 15 going in favor of Team Next.
Oh, you're doing it a different way. I'm just kind of adding the score from one game with the score from another and saying they just got to make up what's left after. This is fun. This is fun, Tony. Is this what you signed up for?
I say we do the differential. It's just so much easier. Like one team needs 100, the other one needs 85.
Okay, sure. Let's do that. Whatever, man. Let's play the game. We're trying to load in the game once again. We'll be there shortly.
Me and you're gonna 1v1. Plasma pistols
that
and
won't last
Saw
long.
on Octagon, and then whoever I'll represent Plasma pistols and Saw. It's the only way to find out what's the true skill on Octagon, and so I'll represent Team Next. No, I'll represent the team Virginia Velocity. Sorry, the blue team roster. You'll represent Team Next, and we'll do it that way.
I mean, I'm already blue on the overlay, so maybe I should be blue, Tony.
But when the game started, the other team
I'm not playing a Saw plasma pistol 1v1. I don't know about you. A Saw plasma pistol Octagon. I'm just gonna pre-fire. If it's a Saw Octagon, I'm just gonna.
In fact, it's not even just the Saw. It's the answer. It's the explosive round.
The answer.
Saw.
Yeah, I'm gonna pre-fire. I know the Octagon spawns. I got that down, dude. All right, we're back. I have no idea what the score total is in this one, but we're just going to roll with it. Juan does have a camo, and that's typically, a good idea to have a camo. We'll see what he can do with it in pit here. He's got a teammate to help him out. That pit is almost capped, but the reset came in, and that's good to see out of Juan here.
All right, so it looks like we're just gonna roll with the 40-23 that was in favor of Team Next. So we're just rolling with the 40-23 lead in favor of Team Next.
Okay, I trust you. I trust Juan as well. Man, he's got a double, triple. Oh, almost gets stolen. by his teammate. But that's a full little round of slays there. That's a good opportunity to get the yard as well. Spawners in Cafe, they'll try to break out here. One, just going to lock it down, secure a trip cap. And their options looking limited. They're not really moving either. They got to break out one side or the other, right? Either you go for Nest or you send all the numbers to Yard. It looks like Yard is the play.
And we do have a trip cap going in favor of Team Next, and Fluorescely is going to make his way over towards top gold, and now 3 down go Team Void, and Fluorescely just ripping apart the enemy team, getting another perfect kill for the double. Someone needs to stop that man, Ivan. He's out of control.
Yep, Ivan definitely feeling the momentum right now. They got that advantage. They're going to look to hold on to it. Strikey and team, they're going to double up on Glass. Hopefully it works out. So far, so good. Going to make it down to bottom mid here. Juan did just melt Luor, though, and that does leave an opening in their defenses here. Strikey starting to get pelted. He's dead on U-turn. And all of a sudden, Team Void looking like they're a little lost in the sauce here, Tony. They got to break out of this deficit.
37-0 lead in favor of Team Next. It don't matter what the differential is. There's a huge gaping lead going in favor of Team Next, but Warsh luckily getting a big kill on Carmea. Lure able to stay alive, and Team Next going 3 down, but taking Lure with them.
I can't believe you just said huge gaping lead, like in a to reference Halo. Anyway,
You're welcome.
You're a good guy, Tony. Let's, either way, I think we finally got momentum here. We finally got Void. Void's starting to pop up. They're going to make their way to Nest here. Nate's coming in, but more Nate's coming out of the hands of Laylox, who's looking to lock this down. I think he might have given up the camo making this play, but at the very least, he'll get the cap.
And now we'll finally see some points going in favor of Team Void at the moment. They are getting the slays as well as 2 down go Team Next. And actually, that's a 3rd player with the trade. Simply Firma going to be the final player trying to go after bottom mid and get the slay, but not able to do so. And Juan, the first person to spawn and the first person to get naded. But it looks like we didn't reach a threshold there, and someone might be gone again.
Unless they went with my, did they go with my?
No, nobody's going with your prediction. Get out of here. Nobody wants your idea. It's terrible.
Shut up. Okay, because when I added it together, I got 56, and they just ended the game at 45. What they needed was 44 points.
Scoreboard. What? Look at the scoreboard. He lagged out. He very clearly lagged out. We saw the scoreboard. And it was actually someone, and you know there's no conspiracy. I'm seeing conspiracy talks in the chat. There was no conspiracy because it was in the hands of the player lagging out was on Team Next. Team Next was up. There would be no advantage for them to force to pretend to lag out when they're up in the game and even in the point. So it's definitely a connection issue. No craziness.
Either the series ends and somebody's got to get out of here, or we just move on and NextX gets the dub. Because based off of my math, they had 13 in game 1. They had 4. I know. I'm just saying, like, if you add it together, they now have 100. They have 101 actually. But anyway,
I would agree with you, but it's almost like we're punishing the blue team because to that last game, the blue team was in the game. So it's almost like we're punishing them because in a full game of strongholds, anything can happen. A team could hit 63 to 13. And then we could see a wide lead going the opposite favor. So it's almost like we're robbing them of a potential comeback, which we've seen millions of times in strongholds. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Okay, no, that's fair, Tony. Voice of reason. You convinced me. Now I don't know what to do. Thank you, my dude.
Both teams disqualified. Sorry, guys, we out.
Just throw them both out at this point, right? Like, who's really going to win? And let's be honest, okay? It's going to be PK. It's going to be PK or Fire and Ice, or who else is at the top here? Virginia Velocity, not playing bad today. They're definitely up there. But Void NextX, we'll see. They got to surprise us at this point. And so far, not impressed. I don't know. Hopefully they reconnect. We will keep you updated as soon as we hear. I am paying close attention to the producer for updates here, but at the moment, Tony, we've got, speaking of updates, NextX apparently won it, Tony. So I know you were preaching, you had a valid counterpoint that they were kind of robbed of their victory, but I guess at some point, you just got to move on. At some point, you keep trying in the relationship, and it just doesn't work, and you decide that moving on is better for the both of you, right? sure you've had.
I mean, yeah. I mean, either way, hopefully this game, hopefully he's not getting DDoSed, and that's what I'm worried about, is that someone's really attacking one of the players on Team Next, and even he's worried about it as well, as I saw in the general chat. Hopefully that's not the case, and hopefully we have a full game 2, as we do see a 2-1 lead in favor of Void. Carmea currently trying to stay alive here.
So far, so close. Nice little opening, though, out of Team XX. That last player, I think, is Camo, though. That blue player down on Pete. No, he's not. I'll take it back. It's Rorsch. He's about to die by Carmea. So nice shots out of Carmea here. 2 players still up in red. 1 spawned up on Car. Nice little laser beam out of Car. Lure very ready, but backs off immediately here. Carmea just looking to lock it down furiously. Nice little helping hand to take out Strikey. About to be a brawl here on P2. All the numbers focused on it, and it looks like so far so good for NextX.
Carmea is going to make his way over towards the Car side of the map. Rorsch was 1 shot in the bubble, trying to stay alive, but not able to do so. And 2 down go Team Void. Carmea almost ends up getting the 5, but he gets 5 himself, and that's going to be a double kill for Lure. Let's see what he's up to.
On board with Lure, holding it down. Car bubble. Multiple dying on the feed here. So let's just looking to make the rotation. You got 1 out in red as well. Lure might be able to make a sneaky flank here, though. It does look like Fury's ready for this. I like the slow play. Should be able to dive in. Easy pickup. Rorsch takes it. Couple angles out through bottom mid, though. Carmea in a tricky spot. Lure can just call it out, leave it alone. Rorsch will clean him up. And I like this game plan right now. Just playing it slow, doing damage where he needs to, not give it up, not overextending. He might elect to jump top mid here, just looking for angles.
And Lure is currently by himself. He has 2 players sneaking up towards his P. Door ends up getting into an engage with Simply Fear Me, who's going to win that pivotal gunfight. Striking now going to stay alive. He has a teammate with him. They could work a little bait and switch, but somebody's trying to slide in. That player's going to stay alive, but Simply Fear Me isolating that player. There we go. Finally gets hunted. Strikey gets the kill, but his teammate goes down. Now Strikey trying to get away, but not able to do so.
Yeah, nice attempt at a Strikey, and Tony, say it ain't so, Tony. Say it ain't so. Tell me that was a spectator or something that just... They are still playing. He's punching walls. He still is sort of playing. It's 20-15. I don't know whether to stop it yet. I'm going to wait on the players. It has been stopped. Okay. What are we doing here?
And that's
4-kill advantage. When did the disconnect happen?
I think it was a 4-kill advantage still, but that's the problem. If we... I don't know. I believe it was a player on Team Next who actually ended up getting DC'd. But if this is going to continue going forward, I didn't get the scoreboard. Wow.
Okay. I mean, yeah. At some point we need like a judge's TO ruling on it, just to move forward here. Okay. Yeah. So apparently the result is NextX is going to move forward in the tournament. Sorry, one more time. What does FF mean?
Forfeit. There's going to be a...
Okay, they bowed out. Okay, so unfortunate, but Void apparently bowed out. Was it a next step? I guess I'm not even going to worry about it too much, Tony. I just guess NextX is going to move on after this sequence. I just hope that it wasn't somebody on that team that was lagging out, because obviously we want clean, consistent matchups coming up in this tournament. Not what we were looking for this series. Void will drop out for this week. They were looking good earlier. Hopefully they come back strong next week. I guess in the meantime, Yeso, if you're hanging in there, if there's any stats that break down, we can send it to you. Or not. Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. NextX move on. Void deciding to forfeit, obviously dealing with some server issues that we are attempting to nail down as best we can right now. So appreciate everybody's patience through all of that, especially our casters. They're doing their best out there, keeping things interesting keeping the discussion going and dealing with, again, all the hurdles kind of getting placed in front of them right now. So hats off to both of those two. But we are moving on in the bracket. Next X will move on, and we're getting down to it here, folks. Down to we should be in top 6 at this point. So Next X doing some damage here, and we'll have to see if they can keep things rolling in the bracket. Obviously, while we didn't get to see that full series kind of get played out, moving past Void is obviously a big hurdle, passed up. So Next X should be feeling relatively confident right now. Obviously, things will only get more difficult as this losers bracket continues. I know Fire and Ice waiting over there, I believe, in losers semifinals. So that would be their next opponent if they do win this next matchup. So the tests will continue as this bracket runs. PK obviously waiting up there in grands, but we're going to keep things rolling and keep things going on the day. So please stick with us, everybody, as we keep it going. We're going to go back to the casters here and get our next matchup.
Okay, we're back once again to settle the score with the losers bracket. Next X, after that flurry of events, will move on. They're going to continue in losers side. They're going to go up against Business. Now, this is actually a very exciting matchup, and I want to see it proper. I hope we do, because Business is a top-tier team, and we haven't seen them at all just yet in this tournament. Tony, is there a bit of a story as to what happened to them? They kind of dropped down to lower bracket early.
So I'm not exactly sure, but from what I understand, I believe Business was having an issue with their fourth player, and they might have played some matches in a 3v4, waiting for their fourth player, or at least a sub, to come in so they can ultimately play. I heard they got knocked out early in the winners bracket into the losers bracket and found the fourth. And had to fight their way through the loser bracket, which they have to make it all the way here into the loser semifinals. In my opinion, that's probably one of the hardest journeys to go through in a tournament. I think Wes at Clutch actually had to do that in one tournament back in the day because one of his teammates was in jail.
Well, that's quite a reason. Thankfully, we don't have that reason here today. But like you said, it's a hell of a run that these boys had to make. And honestly, because they're so damn talented, though, these are some of the top competitors in this tournament that we hadn't seen them all day. All of a sudden, they're here, and all of a sudden, this is a bit of a final boss in this tournament as well, right? I think there is maybe some grand final potential depending on how well these boys play. I mean, look at this. This is CC, Septify, Avenue, and I can see that they're all dead, and that's how I can read their names right now. But stronger start for Next X, apparently. We're popping off the rip. Already with the flag in hand, they'll take it out through pink side, hopefully. Defense coming in strong here, but what a start.
Our flag's been taken.
Yeah, one thing I'm liking about this matchup is that there's a whole lot of players with a whole lot to prove. You know, at this point, Avenue, this is probably one of the best rosters that we've seen Avenue a part of that triplets of Halo players. And you know, him on his roster, I want to see him prove that he belongs here and he can show off and show out with these guys. While meanwhile, Team Next, I mean, they want to prove they even belong here. You know, who's to say that Void wouldn't have come back and beaten them? So Team Next needs to prove that they're here for realsies.
Well, they're definitely here to prove it, but they might not get a lot of time to do so, though they do still at least have the 1 point. Flag out. Avenue does that to get it down to bottom mid. It does get collected, sent just a little farther here, but likely we're looking at a return. We're going to try to lock it down for P2. Can't do it. Fear Me will push through. Suppressure's still looking good at a Next X here.
You have a 1-0 lead in favor of Team Next X at the moment, as Simply Fear Me is going to make his way in. Carmea getting a clutch double kill, and hold on, 3 down. Go Team Business. What? Clearly Team Next belong here. They are showing off and showing out. 1-0 lead in favor of Team Next X.
Fear Me looking to lock it down. Nice shots out of him, but is it nice enough though? Septify does clean him up, so no dice on that challenge in blue. Septify now gonna push up the pink side here. Nice angle into Car. Beauty shots as well. Avenue cleans it up. Flag already out. Looking to collect it, bring it farther here. Onboard with some great strides already. Locking it down bottom red base. Two already dead. Spawners up. Likely Car side. Gonna pass the flag out through pink. There's already one with an overextension though in the back of the base, and that's Floriously looking to make a big, actually it might be one, either way, looking to make a big play to reset it, and he definitely did it. He's on top of the flag, already has a pole, and sending it through pink.
Juan pushing forward at the moment, trying to stay alive. Going to switch gears over towards Simply Fear Me, who still has that flag on the move. Juan clutching out and taking down that overextender, but the flag did not go in just yet. Here comes Avenue with the recov, and I'm not gonna lie, I thought Suppressed was the best, the twin coming out of the triplets, but apparently Avenue coming in with the clutchest of kills and the recov. He's proven that he belongs here.
Avenue here to pop off for sure. That's got to be the beauty of, just triplet kind of situation is they're all good at Halo. So they continue to kind of, motivate and compete with each other. And that's got to be the ultimate way to get better. So Avenue looking good for now. Let's see what else he can do. That's 3 dead, by the way. Next X bouncing back here. Flag out. They'll take it through pink side up to P2 for the safety, but they got to lock down spawns. Got to lock down the overextension. You can see flag is away. That overextension already coming through here. Big kill to stop it in its tracks. Floriously at the last links here. CC, a line of defense, looking to slow his roll. Can they get in time, though? Flag still in hand. On for the return. Double stack it. They'll dive in, collect it for a second cap, but did it cost them? You know what? So far, looking okay. On. Oh, what a denial. Yeah, they got that flag in nice and clean.
Whenever there's a play that has to be made, man, Juan just gets the slay. He's getting that clutch double kill, allowing them to get the recov and secure the cap. And now Juan also bringing that flag across the map, coast to coast. And it looks like we're about to have a 3-1 in favor of Team Next X. I don't know how that happened. What? Team Business is supposed to be our juggernaut squad, but Team Next X seemingly coming out of nowhere. Alex, what's going on?
I have no freaking idea. I do know that Juan has 15 kills and 5 deaths, so I'm pretty sure that is part of it. But my God, dude, what a second wind, right? We had a bit of a rocky series, but once they finally broke out of the connection, chaos, and they got into a proper lobby here, this is looking completely different. Next X suddenly popping off and putting Business on the back foot here, a roster that we would expect to take this thing, I mean, at this rate, to push at least farther than where they currently have. Of course, it's not over yet, Tony, but what a way to start. And I wonder what's next. Honestly, I got to check. Should I even bother?
I mean, this would be a
maybe
real
Riggs player.
David slaying Goliath moment if Team Next X can come off with the win and moving further into the onto that losers finals and even trying to compete for the grand finals. I mean, Team Next X, that's a big win against business. I mean, it was 3-1, and honestly, if you would have told me that was a 3-0, I'd believe you with how dominant they were. I mean, my gosh, maybe they're just a good flag team. I don't know. Maybe Truth Flag is their bread and butter. We're going to find out going to either a Slayer or Stronghold.
This is the true test. They've got the momentum. They're in a perfect position. They just got to close it out. And I do believe it's a Slayer on Rig, so good opportunity to do so. We'll see if they... Wait a sec. Is it a Slayer on Rig? Okay, we're going to find out. It's a toss-up. It is a Slayer on Rig. My God, thank the Lord. Carmea, we're on board with him. Camo up. They already got the shotty. They got the sniper as well. So everything being collected and rotated out here.
And somehow Septify was able to get away with that sniper rifle, but his teammate is going to be taken down. So that's another one coming in with a scatter shot. Septify 1v1, a little bit of SWAT right there, but he ends up getting the double kill. Either way, 3 down. Go Team Next X, and Avenue was able to get away with that camouflage.
Yep, Avenue playing sneaky. They got everything right now, I believe. The shotty, the sniper, all the opportunity. CC just looking to lock it down. Does spot Furiously, but Furiously going to dip out of that. 2 dead already, though. Super CC can freely rotate. You got 1 out center as well. He can just take it all the way back to look at Bunker. Look at this. Spawn kill opportunity. Doesn't hit the shot. Another one coming through Engine. Got to dip out of this. And I like the movement out of him. His teammates will take the kills, keep the pressure up, bring it to 10-3. We talked about whether or not Next X could clutch up. Well, the pressure is on.
That it is, and we still have the sniper rifle in the hands of Young Chase, and they have a beautiful lead right now. I want to say, they need to capitalize on this. I mean, there's no more chances. They're down 0-1 in the series. It's in the losers bracket semifinals. 1 more loss, and they're going home early.
CC still working the snipe. 6 shots here. Oh, just getting tagged. D-scope, making it tough for him. Playing it patient, though. He's got 2 options, right? You got players on Engine and on car side. 2 already dead as well. Does have a shotgun, too. There's a nice, easy opportunity. Just to set things back. Does snap. Can he hit this, though? That's the brutal situation, right? He does hit the first shot, but no Magnum to clean it up. So he'll drop the weapons. Furiously going to collect them, and now he's got a chance.
Whew. Despite that player being one-shot, Furiously thought he needed to use that sniper to still take him down, but now he's being heavily hunted. But Furiously always able to get out of a sticky situation, utilizing that unorthodox movement. Beautiful shots on Tower 2, but there's another one, Tower 1, backing him up. Currently down by 6 kills. Next one to end this right here, right now.
Carmea still has a couple opportunities here. Just trying to hold it down back Engine. Camo, you can see on the body of that blue player, almost in the reticle there accidentally of Carmea. Still got 2 shots. Teammates putting work in on white corner. Can he clean it up? There, Septify dead. Rotating out to Nez, looking for... Oh, and there's the Camo right in his sights, right? He doesn't see it yet. And that Camo player has yet to make an impact on the game so far here. They got the info on Carmea. They just got to stay out of his sight line, and they're doing a pretty good job of it so far.
Super CC off screen does get a clutch kill, but Carmea not able to get away with his life. That's going to be the 2nd kill for Young Chasen. Septify going in for the melee. That first player's going to go down. Bait and switch action. 3 down. Go Team Next. That's going to be the 4th player. That's a double kill coming out of Avenue, and now a 10-kill lead is broken out for Team Business, who are strictly business in this losers bracket semifinals.
That was quite a blow right there. Red team now staggered. They're spawning up in bunker. They don't have too many options. You got to set up from tower all the way to Engine to lock them down here. Avenue, unfortunately, losing that piv, though. Might be a chance for them to break out, but CC looking to lock it down with the sticky. He does trade. They will break free, but look at this. Septify is pulled away with a sniper, and the man's a maniac. Trying to connect with the scope here out on car. That one player on Nest just bobbing and weaving, making it tough. He might get melted here. He does. But so does that red player. Sniper looking like a hot potato here as they do collect it and drop it. This is a good stride from Wanda. Look at that sneaky spot. Avenue just going to be the one with a snipe. Oh, he actually hits! He hits too! This is what we were waiting to see, and Avenue's finally connecting.
There's a place on Ocean Avenue. God bless. Eric absolutely going off 4 shots in the sniper rifle. There's 4 players alive for both of these teams, and Septify and Flursley are going to trade off kills right there. Almost getting the no-scope to this dome of Simply Fear Me. Super CC with the cleanup, and now Avenue was able to stay alive.
Oh my God.
And plant it on the one and only's head. 3 down, go team next. No, Avenue is absolutely out of control. If this man isn't the best player in the lobby right here on Rig Slayer, I don't know who is. This guy, he can't miss.
He's not missing. If only he had more bullets, right? Because he was literally, what, like 5 for 5 there, hitting everything. The only thing stopping this man is the lack of ammo. 40-19. What an answer back. There is no hope for the red team in this one, Tony.
If I told you the roster of Envor, Septify, Super CC, and Avenue were all playing together at the moment, and Avenue would be the player showing off as the best Slayer in the lobby for at least one game, I'm pretty sure you would call me crazy. Avenue really stepping up right there, and 16 kills, only dying 6 times. That is absolutely incredible coming out of business.
It's incredible. Now, one thing to note, the game ended before 50. I think Fluriously might have lagged out of that one. That said, that was so oppressive that I wouldn't have been surprised if they just ended it right there because there's no hope for a comeback, right? So we're not resetting that one for sure. 1-1 in the series. Hopefully, Fluriously, if he did disconnect, he's right back in this because I want this one to close out. Now we got a script, right? There's a storyline here. We're getting down to game 3, and this is looking intense. But I mean, based off of, I'd say game 1 was still relatively dominant from NextX. Game 2 looked like a totally different team, though.
Yeah, I mean, if game 3 has a sniper rifle, when you put in the hands of Eric, I'm going to assume they're going to win. That was incredible play from Avenue. Probably some of the best that I've seen him play. And mind you, I've seen him play with some solid roster. He played alongside Diagram and Swish a while back, and it was a great roster. They made a great run. But that was the best I've seen Avenue stepping up when his teammates are that good. I mean, we're talking about Septify and Envor. Let's be serious. And he's coming out on top. Those snipes were insane. That's going on in his montage.
That was beautiful. I will say, after everything we saw, it was that much sweeter, right? Because the sniper was very present in that game. It was transferring hands constantly, but nobody was connecting. So many people with little opportunities couldn't quite connect, couldn't hit bodies, couldn't hit heads or finish kills. And then Avenue picks it up, and every snipe is a banger. I mean, just the comparison is pretty beautiful. Dude's popping off. If he carries it into game 3 with that type of energy, then I am worried about NextX. But we'll see. Can NextX bounce back? Game 3, Empire Strongholds. We are right in it, and we're right on board with the player in the spotlight. Avenue already dealing damage. And look at the fisticuffs. My man just wants the full kill here. I think he got it with the nade, actually.
Yeah, there's no way with that performance, there was no way that we weren't going to start on board with Avenue. Envor now trying to stay alive, dropping down from tower and into pit. Having the plasma pistol in hand. Looks like he's going to steal away pit. Now the question is, can they stay alive? And that's what most important. Yeah, you can hold. Yeah, you have 2 caps. You're putting points on the board, but you got to hold it to continuously put those points in. Avenue taking down Simply Fear Me off the screen. Envor having an individual gunfight, but ends up losing it. Carmea gets a clutch double kill.
Gloriously going to go down in the explosion there. Double at a Septify, though. Good opportunity to get to pit, potentially here. He is alone. Spawner's coming up at a red side. Already prepared for it. Nice little quick cap. 2 points on the board here. We'll rotate out to tower. Watch out for the team nade, but good shell here if he's ready for it. Look at this setup from the red players to counter this. Fear Me not aware, though. Septify, nice opening shots. Quick cleanup. All members of red, though, in pit, putting all their resources there, and it actually does allow them to get the cap, but at what cost? Are they going to go down here?
Septify able to trade off kills over towards bottom tower, but that's still going to kind of go in favor of Team Next, who are putting 2 caps on the board and putting some good points at that. Avenue getting the back smack on Simply Fear Me, saying, I don't need a sniper. I still have my pistol and my melees as well. Multiple slays going down. Another player going down for Team Next. Business one more slay away from being able to dominate pit, but Carmea once again coming up with a double kill. Whenever there's a clutch kill or 2 that needs to be had, Carmea is the one to do it.
You gotta love a close game 3. These boys are neck and neck here. Just a couple points separating them. Multiple bodies in pit here. They're gonna drop the red players and recollect it as well. A big moment to do so. OS Camo about to pop. Septify with a hot double. He does die shortly after, so the fight for Camo gonna be contested here in tower. Nades in. Avenue Man with a plan. He's been popping off. Can he get to that camo? OS already on the body of a blue player. Avenue did die on the feed, so that camo was either burned or in the hands of Next X. And Envor, what a kill! And almost as sticky. The man's still alive. How is this guy living? He can't contest pit, but he will be a nuisance, and that is enough to come back for the challenge.
And another 3 down go Team Next X. Business not done yet. There's one more player in blue, and Envor and Avenue are going to hunt him down. Losing the green gun, going in the hands of Envor. There's no power-ups coming up, so, I mean, at this point, Team Next are only going to have their pistols in order to fight the offense coming in out of Team Business, and just taking down that red base player, getting the reset right in the nick of time.
A big stop, right? A millisecond before that got capped, and that shuts down all their momentum as well. Spawning up here with few options. Envor just looking for plasma pistol kills, which is brutal. He will at least turn down one, and then the remaining members of red just going to sit in blue to try to stop the bleeding. But things looking brutal here for Team Next X as they get out the base. They're getting melted immediately. Furiously somehow, despite the damage coming in, he does clean one up. But can they make strides off of this? They still need to get slays if they want a chance at this pit. They are committing so much to it, and the collapse about to come in here.
And to be honest, from what I'm noticing, there's not much of a setup coming in out of Team Business. You know, they're just seeing and reacting. As soon as a call out comes in, they are collapsing on. They're keeping the pressure on, which is kind of what Empire is all about. You have to play fast, and when all else fails, you got to play fast some more.
Next X, I mean, if anyone plays fast, it's Next X though, right? So you would think that would be the recipe for success, but there are times where you got to slow it down, prioritize slays, hold position, and sometimes we don't see that. Sometimes it turns to bite them. Septify and team, they're going to pour into pit here. That is a big trade. Is it enough to stop the cap? CC knows he doesn't have options, so he dips out. They get the reset. Hold on to 2 here. OS in the body of Envor. Camo should be up. Envor coming in with the fisticuffs. He's brawling. And this should be enough shields to work the pit and get this back.
I'll be honest with you, I was just thinking to myself, like, okay, Team Next X ready to make a comeback. They stole pit almost easily right there, but mainly because Envor was going after the overshot. Super CC going after the camouflage. They're definitely prioritizing the resource, if you will, and rightfully so. They now have a double cap on the board, looking to make a triple cap over towards blue base. They're able to do it. Super CC getting behind Carmea, having one in his sight. That's going to be a double kill. The third one's in front of him. Can he get the triple?
He should have. I mean, it was a little late, so he didn't get it, but that was a sick 5, though. He hit every bullet. That was difficult to do. Would have wanted him to get the triple. Either way, man's still popping off here. Trip cap on board. They're spawning up on tower. One does split over to blue, but his options limited at this point. You can just see the momentum effect of Business. They're locking him down furiously, trying to get a stick, a hopeful stick before he dies, but no dice on it. Teammate will clean it up. They'll get to blue, but can they stop the bleeding at this point? They're just hemorrhaging points here.
That they are, and I'm just wondering, to be honest with you, is it too little too late? They made their way into blue base. They have a couple players in pit, but look at that deficit. They have to play near perfect Halo for them to come back, and Simply Fear Me ends up losing track of Envor, juking him out of his shoes. Carmea luckily getting the cleanup. Avenue unaware of that player over towards blue base, and that might haunt them. Can Carmea get the kill? No, he can't. Septify steals it with the double.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of brutal to watch on Fear Me's POV there with the whiffed melees, and that's just how you put the nail in the coffin for this Next X team. 91 and counting, a trip cap in session. They run to red to stop the bleeding, but at this point they don't have too much time to work with here. They're getting melted left and right. Avenue with the play, one directly below. You look for more, clean up Fear Me. I mean, Tony, I think it's over. They got to get in a base. They got to do it quick. And all while that happens, they're prioritizing power-ups. The counters are here on lock, and even with the counters, they won't need them. That's 100-45 to close our game in our series. Business will press on.
And this is a team that you expected to see out of Business. I mean, let me tell you, great job for Team Next to open up with that 3-1 win and capture the flag truth. Because I didn't know what was going on, but then Business, you know, getting business done, getting it done, and taking game 2, and then dominating in game 3 as well. This is the Business that we expect to see. Big plays once again out of Avenue, 22-11. And I'm gonna say it once again. Same thing for last game. The man was absolutely going off with the sniper, goes into Empire strongholds and outslays again. This is the best that I've seen Avenue play, and I'm proud of that young man.
And he's got some heat for sure, right? There's a ton of momentum on this business team. Understand that they got dropped into losers early on. There was maybe a bit of a mishap early on that sent them into the losers bracket at the beginning of the tournament. So they've been fighting through losers for most of this tournament. They're getting down to the end of the line now because of it. That's a big win off of NextX. NextX, well fought today. Unfortunately, they will leave the tournament at this moment, and business going to press on to even more challenging competition. So I can't wait to see it. In the meantime, yay, so do your thing, man.
X does finish the day there in 4th place, and business moves on into the top 3. They will face Virginia Velocity in losers finals for the shot to get into grands and play against PK. An interesting series there, started strong by NextX, but an emphatic response from business, looking very good in game 2 and then dominant in game number 3, just running over that series and showing just how strong that team is. Shyway was talking about it prior to this series with NextX coming in, that this was going to be the biggest test they've seen so far today, and it certainly showed up that way as business just looked incredible. While the first game didn't go their way, they looked dominant throughout this series and closed out in style. So really strong here from business. I'm not entirely surprised. They would certainly be my favorite going into this best of 3, and they may even be favorites going up against Virginia Velocity. Virginia Velocity, I would say, are underdogs despite the fact that they went all the way to winners finals. So this is going to be a very interesting series here. I'm very curious to see how things play out. Obviously, two strong squads with some good name value on both of them, duking it out to get into the top 2. So we'll have to see how things shake out there. If I'm going for a prediction, I'm saying it's probably 2-1 for business. So I'm definitely leaning that way. But let us know what you think in Twitch chat as we go to this break. We're going to take a few minutes here, get ready for these losers finals. But when we come back, we get ready for our last 2 series of the day.
Hello and welcome back once again to ESA Microsoft Sunday. Our losers bracket continues. Tony, it's been a hell of a tournament so far. We had a very close series that all of a sudden got very intense towards the end. Business pushed through, and Business are apparently cracked as hell. They're going to keep going through losers side bracket. Their competitor, I think, should be Fire and Ice, or it's Virginia Velocity. My apologies. Virginia Velocity losers finals as well. So top three teams, right? All we have left is PK, Virginia Velocity, and Business in this tournament. The winner will press on to Grands. This should be pretty interesting considering how well Virginia Velocity have been playing today. They're in a good position, but Business are a different beast.
And what an incredible tournament it's been to come here so far, specifically Business. I mean, being in that winner's bracket and being knocked down so early into the loser's bracket and having to claw their way back into it. And now they're here in the losers finals and they're not done yet. They want to go into the grand finals. They want to pull off that big win. They want to have to win 2 best of 3 series because they're coming out of the losers bracket. But first, they have to deal with a red hot Virginia Velocity.
They do. Virginia Velocity have been playing better than ever. Of course, this was Team Solid last week. This is a LATAM squad. These are very talented players, and they continue to get better placement every week. They just haven't gone up against a roster like Business, right? Up against PK, they definitely showed some fire, some potential. I think they brought it to a game 3, but PK came in, clutched it up. So do they have that clutch factor, that X factor? That's the worry, right? They were able to win enough of their games to get to this point, but this is a different echelon of competition. These are players that have plenty of reps in the game. They got a lot of skin in the game. So it's hard to say whether or not they can kind of meet the challenge. Either way, I'm all for it, Tony. I hope it's a close one.
Yeah, before I watched the last series, I would say maybe there was a chink in the armor being Avenue teaming with these guys that, maybe are above his caliber, if you will, before the series. I was questioning whether Avenue would keep up with these guys, but I was made a believer last series because Avenue was my MVP of last series with that game 2 dominance with the sniper rifle, and even in game 3 clutching up, pulling off the reverse sweep, dropping 22 kills, and we're starting on board once again with young Eric.
Yeah, we're big Avenue fans here today. The dude's been popping off, making plays. He does manage to get the camo burn at the very least, but that's presence onto the rail as well. CC looking to lock it down. Rail coming in. It does kill him. Well, one shot. Big opening right there for Red Team to hopefully push through. You got 2 players to counter it on the silo, though, so nice pressure. Look at this. Envoy coming in hot with a teammate to get right up in the base.
And we all know Fathom is one of Shyway's favorite maps, and rightfully so. It's a great map. You want to control that top mid, both for that leverage. You can look down on your opponents, and also on top of that, the camouflage spawns up there as well. Holding down perimeter is going to be the key to capping a flag, and watch out for those flanks. You can get across the map in a jiffy.
You absolutely can. Guardian looking to get a kill in a jiffy here, hopefully too, but Envoy making it very difficult for him. He'll win that. Drop Guardian back to the spawn screen. Zorak looking for something here. Does get the trade. Jawan's still up to still put pressure on. Keep these boys back in blue. Hopefully delay long enough for his teammates to apply pressure here with him. He does have to back off, though. They are spawning up, pushing out through blue to bend here, and Jawan just going to lock down top map. You can see the entire Virginia Velocity team has some pretty good presence here. Center map, and now for the sneaky flank out of Jawan. This could be perfect. They keep their numbers. We've got a flagpole opportunity for sure. All while this happens, apparently the flag is going out through the other side. So Septify, he's not waiting for that pressure to come through. He's just going to overextend. He's going to turn this into an early flag cap. And that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You can put your entire resources on that base, but if you leave that lane open for an overextension and you take too long, next thing you know, you're countered on immediately.
That is the case in Business. They're doing a great job of putting the first cap on the board. Deceptify, despite being over in silo, somebody spawning right behind them, but it's not going to matter. You're blocking both sides of the spawns, and they were ready. More slays coming in, but it looks like Virginia Velocity coming off the spawn, trying to play defense, but 3 down go Virginia Velocity. Guardian, that final player, trying to get some cheeky shots in, almost able to take down Avenue with the second flag cap. Will go in before he's able to do so.
Not quite enough. Of course, even if he got that kill, that flag would have been secured. So rough situation for Virginia Velocity here, losing 2 flags pretty early on. Do have a double out of Yuan here. Almost a triple here with the nade, but not quite enough. Avenue will avoid it. Looking for defense here as well. Nade Not sure it connected, but he's aware of that player. We'll try to rotate to mid, but top mid definitely secured here by Virginia Velocity. They're going to hold on to it. Can they get anything with this presence, though? They've had great map presence, but it just hasn't turned into pulls. Instead, the overextensions have been coming from blue. But as I say that, this might be a different story. Guardian with a big opening here, flag out front. We'll see if they can close it.
That flag has made it into the base, and we are seeing Virginia Velocity on the board here, and 2 slays going back in favor of business. If they get the counter cap, that's going to be game. There was 3 down for Virginia Velocity.
We have counter cap in session here. All these blue players in red court. We're going to dive forward, make sure this kill is secured. Nice pick up on the Guardian. Guardian did somehow, I think, pull a trade there right before dying. We're going to continue to pressure here. Flag must have been returned. It is returned in the base, so at the very least, Virginia Velocity managed to weather that counter cap opportunity, but Envor still a presence in their base, still a nuisance here, and he'll be dealt with.
I'll be honest with you, I don't even know where that melee came from, but big melee coming in out of Stars. Top mid still in the top mid still actually in control of business, but not for long, because 2 down go the boys in blue. Stars able to take down Super CC, and Guardian trying to make it and make sure that base is cleared out.
Stars just trying to live with the rail, which is a difficult job on a map like this. Envor with the flag in hand. This actually might be the opening he needs. He takes it out through mid here. I don't see anybody pressuring him. He's full shield still. Right before the window here. Finally, he does get melted. We got 2 players hot in pursuit, but flag sits out front. And they need to hold on to their lives to get this return. Thankfully, they do have numbers. They will stop that in its tracks.
Wow. Stars getting a big kill, has another one in front of him. He has to clear out this player off the porch here. Shots are going in. Stars trying to stay alive for dear life, and they're just playing ring around the rosy here. Another nade might have bounce off and killed himself there. Finally, Stars is dealt with, but at least he bought enough time for his teammates to push up.
Over the Avenue, got the camo, got a great opportunity here. Septify with a helping hand as well. Nice shots from top mid. He will try to take it through bottom mid, but unsuccessful. And that's always the difficult part, is getting it out the court to the other side. Can't quite close that. So instead, once again, Virginia Velocity going to hold on. But for how much longer? That's 3 dead on the feed. Things can change very quickly here. They can lock down these spawns. Likely going to be elbow. Super CC already ready for it, holding it down in the doorway. Look at how close the spawn was right there. Multiple in back base. And that's just the difficulty of Fathom. There's such a limited number of places to spawn. You can just have players spawn so close to you, or you can use that to your advantage and get a freaking triple, apparently. Septify gonna plow through everyone.
And I think that's the right word for it. He definitely did plow through the enemy team with that triple kill, and the flag is once again on the move, but 2 down go business. They're trying to get the flag and moonwalking in. Currently 1 shot, and his teammate is going to relay that in, and we have a 3-1 victory for business, taking game 1.
Business looking hot as expected to start this. Virginia Velocity, they've been playing well today, but they had yet to go up against competitors of this caliber. This is a bit of a brick wall to run into. So Virginia Velocity kind of staggering on it, especially when you look at the accuracy stats of Septify with 71.7, nearly 2K damage as well. Very difficult to maintain. And I mean, if they're shooting like that, then you got to watch your face, right? It's difficult to go anywhere if players are that accurate on the map. So Virginia Velocities, they still got a chance, of course. It's a best of 3, but only 1 chance. And that could be, taken away from them very quickly.
Yeah, if I'm Virginia Velocity, I'm trying to figure out how the hell are we gonna slow down Septify. 71.7 accuracy, almost 2K damage. That is going to be tough. But I'm glad I'm on this side of the casters as opposed to that side, because I would not want to be on the other side taking shots from Septify like that. That is insane. Shyway, I'm going to give you one more chance to redeem yourself. What do you think game 2 is going to be?
I don't, dude. I'm looking at it right now. What round is this, though? That's what I got to figure out. I think that's my biggest problem is I've never, when we get to losers finals and grands, it's the round switches. It doesn't just go, does it go straight to 10? It's just a dumb conversation to have right now, isn't it? There's a couple options with CTF Truth to start, right? It could be Kali Slayer. It could be, I think it might be Kali Slayer, because there's 2 here that say Kali Slayer. I'm going to guess Kali Slayer, Tony. And if it is Kali Slayer, what do you think? I hope it's Kali Slayer. I'm going
to go, we haven't seen Kali Slayer in a while, so I think that's a good pick. I'm going to go Truth Slayer. I'm gonna go Slayer. I'm gonna go Truth Slayer.
We're guessing. We're just guessing the map at this point.
Have fun.
One of us, okay, the producers let us know that one of us are right. I'm gonna say Collie is the play. We haven't seen Collie today.
Yeah, you're cheating. You're looking at the format though. I'm going straight off the dome. You're cheating.
Well, I mean, you have just as much access to this as I do, and you can get confused with me if you like. We got the same access here. Either way, I hope it's Collie because it's gonna be a banger if it is. So let's see. It is. I'm right. Ha! Rockets, sniper. This is why I like it. There's a lot to fight over, which creates exciting plays. Put the sniper in the hands of somebody like Avenue. We've seen it already. The man was popping off.
And unlike Kali CTF, the spawns can flip, so you have to be really mindful of where you're controlling, what lanes you're blocking, what spawns you're blocking, because you don't want to let the other team get the surprise on you by splitting out. We have the Rockets in the hands of Johan, but not for long. 3 down, go business. Guardian has the sniper.
Exactly what you want to see. Snipe in the hands early on, 8 shots. Just got to plant them, and instead you'll get stuck if you're not quick enough. He does at least get the trade, but that snipe sits down in grass, and Septify, he wants hands on it. So does Avenue, though. It's a race to the snipe. They both needed it, and I think Avenue might have got it, actually, somehow. The sneaky bugger, he picked it up. Can he hit heads with it? We'll see.
Well, I mean, the way he was sniping in game 2 of the last series, I think you have to give him the sniper rifle. The man was absolutely going off as we have a 1-kill lead in favor of business, and this sniper rifle might be the exact tool needed to put some distance in the scoreboard. He is able to take down Sepstars, ends up getting the stick. Who is this guy?
And Avenue looking just different today, Tony. I don't know what to say. He's not missing. He hits the body here. Spawners up on elbow. The one under red does snap on, hits him, does get the kill, of course. One more shot. Will he make it count? Will it be a blainer? Just waiting for the connection here. These players starting to get a little scared of him, if I'm being honest. I mean, you know he's going to hit it. You got to watch your face when this man's got a snipe.
This guy, man, let me tell you, I've never seen him play this good before. Avenue now staying alive over towards the snipe. Sneaky has the sniper in the hand, but no more ammo left. Has 2 players in front of him. Ends up swapping for the DMR. Beautiful shots on Zark, but Zark's going to turn around and finish him off. Look at that scoreboard. 17-9 lead going in favor of the boys in blue.
Forward Guardian here at a deficit. Not an ideal situation. Septify making it so difficult too, right? The stick plus the carbine, there's a double. Looking for a little more here. Spawner up on Blue Bang, gonna immediately change his mind and get into hiding here because their options are looking so limited. Septify does get pinched though, so nice little extension here from Yuan to break through, get something going, but still quite a deficit to bounce back from.
That it is, but you know what? They have to do it. I mean, it's do or die for Virginia Velocity. One more loss, and they're going home a bit earlier than expected. They're still in the money, but they want that big money as Lee trying to stay alive. Just Cali clambering all over Blue PR. 3 players in front of Zark, and they end up hunting him down. Super CC having 1 in front of him, playing his life over towards Blue, going in for the challenge, but Guardian doesn't miss.
Sepstars looking to close the gap here just a little bit. They definitely still can. Does he get burned by Avenue? Doesn't, though. Does get the kill. Multiple going to push over to Sniper. That's the important point of contention here. We need, or this red team needs a Sniper if they want any chance of a comeback. And CC's in the perfect spot here. If he needs to play it, he can. Or he can just hit his shots, which is currently what the man is doing. Guardian going to try to push up on him. Wanted that snapshot so bad, doesn't get it. 2 players on top to at least collect it and rotate it out. But the pinch coming through from red here, so Virginia Velocity, just not letting up.
That or not, they say a good defense is an even better offense, and that's what Virginia Velocity is doing. Currently within striking distance, only down by 2 kills, and the sniper rifle in the hands of Johan. Not able to find the player, but does find the nade. Currently 1 shot. Super CC is on the prowl.
Johan doesn't hit the shots, but he's got help. He will die. Guardian, big fight with Septify. Instead, just getting sniped here. So snipe in the hands of someone. I think it's Envor who's picked it up here. Rotated up the top rocks. 1 shot to protect the Rockets here. Can he land it? Just bobbing and weaving, making himself so difficult as well. You gotta love the movement, but not ready for the player on Bend who flanks him. Does at least hit the shot. opening for his teammate here, but man, this is a nail biter. Just a 3-kill deficit. They've really brought this back.
They really have, and Johan controlling the snipe side of the map. We have 2 players going to be rotating from red window over towards catwalk. Envoy getting that initial kill that they need. Septify controlling top rockets with Carbine. You know he's going to be getting that soon. And Johan just sitting on snipe side, waiting for his teammates to be able to push up and control that catwalk side of things. Septify, Carbine in his back pocket, rockets in the front.
Yeah, and the Rockets, unfortunately, not going to work out like planned. What a fight, though. My God, that fight just continued on and on there. Guardian, you know, eventually thrusting back to get out, but Septify will get the best. Right now, just going to hold angles. Carbine's so oppressive, but the Magnum, I guess, a little bit better if you hit your shots here. Super CC now stuck down bottom mid as well, about to be collapsed on by multiple red players. They have inched their way back in this game. They've taken the lead off this.
Sepstar is doing a good job of holding down catwalk, throwing the excellent nade. That's going to be the 2-for-1 cluster lock coming out of Sepstars, and now we are seeing a lead change going in favor of Virginia Velocity. All 4 players spawning up over towards a red cave, ends up getting a clutch stick. Johan coming in for the collapse, and Virginia Velocity have stolen control of this game.
What is going on, Tony? There's a second wind here I was not expecting, and it's looking pretty on the side of Virginia Velocity. Somehow they're pulling away here when it counts. Killing spree on the side of Sepstars. He does get tagged up with a nade, though. That will give that player knowledge of where he is. There's the cleanup from Envoy. This is where it counts. Sniper about to pop. 4-kill advantage of business. Can they get to that snipe, or will Virginia Velocity lock it down? They continue to get their kills. They get their trades. They'll take this. I mean, on top of that, Johan, he can't hit a blaner. He'll drop the snipe top cat. Septify going to slide in to pick it up. Do they turn the game around with this? Maybe they do.
I don't know, man. Sepstars needed to stay alive with that sniper more than he needed a kill right there. He definitely just gave an easy angle. Now you have the sniper rifle in the hands of one of the most deadliest players in the lobby, currently down by 1 kill, but the utilities in favor of business. This might be exactly what they need, as multiple players funneling over towards the snipe side of the map. Avenue gets the rocket kill on Guardian. Envoy gets a big kill as well. These players are being locked in and about to be collapsed on in any given moment.
It's a story of power weapons right here. They lost the rockets, they lost the snipe. This is when it matters most. They have somehow, despite that, they have kept it tied, but this could all come down to a couple clean snipes at a Septify unless he dies from behind. Drops the sniper in the window. That's huge. Multiple going to get collapsed on here. 48-49, and Virginia Velocity, they pull out of a deficit. They take the win and tie the series. Tony, I didn't see this one coming.
I didn't either. I was a little worried when Sepstars ended up losing that sniper rifle. But I mean, man, either way, the flank comes in. He takes down the Septify with the sniper and ends up stealing this game away. And let me tell you, though, what really got the game going was that double kill cluster luck. You notice that right after that double kill cluster luck, when the business ended up going 4 down, and then they kept that momentum going. They got that snipe control. Right. They started looking in towards the slays, and then I think right after that, they all spawned towards red cave, and then he throws the nastiest stick over on red window, but it's from all the cluster luck into the stick, and then it was all downhill from there from business. We talk about it all the time. It's momentum, and Virginia Velocity stole it.
Also, just making the best of a bad situation, though, right? Just according to weapon control, they should have lost that like 10 times out of 10. There was rockets in the hands of Avenue. Septify had the snipe. So just being able to pull trades out of a situation where you don't have those advantages, but you're still holding on, like that is testament to high level play, to patient, careful play out of that red team. They didn't overextend. They made sure they had an answer for every deficit there. In the end, Septify losing that sniper, that's rough, right? We saw it twice. I think the biggest lesson is just, if you are that player with snipe, you got to constantly be rotating, right? You don't want to have yourself in positions where you could potentially get pinched. We saw it with Yoan, top cat. Didn't rotate out, didn't play it safely enough, died because of it. And then Septify in the window, player sneaks up on him through the bend while he's looking for players across the map. So when there's that lack of awareness, I think you got to be that, you have to be one step ahead. You have to always be rotating, keeping the snipe out of their hands, staying behind your teammates, and just ensuring that at the very least they don't pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, and now we get to see, I mean, anything that begins ultimately has an end. And this losers finals is going into game 3. Somebody's going to be really happy and somebody's going to be really disappointed. And I can't wait because the winner of this is going to go into the grand finals to play against your Pittsburgh Knights for the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool. Alex, are you ready?
I'm damn ready, baby. Let's get it. Let's jump into this game. I believe the game is just about ready to go. So let's carry that energy directly into it. I don't know what it is either, though, Tony, but we're 1-1 in this series. The winner of this game, they move on to grand finals, loser's side. So big deal game here. It's Rig Strongholds, and we'll see who can pull away. This is it. This is clutch factor right here. Team coordination versus team coordination, and Super CC will be the man to kick off the game.
Super CC going to make his way towards Engine 2. This Engine 2 Whitehall side is going to be so important. And what's really important is staying on the map. Someone needs to let the Guardian Fly know that because he commits suicide right in the beginning of the game. And 3 down go Virginia Velocity. That is not the way you want to start things off.
Septify, yeah, he's going for the strat here. Gonna hide behind the barrel. So cheeky, but it does work more often than not, just sitting behind those boxes. So should ideally give him the capture. In the meantime, Envor looking to put work into basement. He does just that, making use of the shotgun. And a chance for a double cap here from Business if things go well. The pressure about to come right into basement, though. That's a rail in the hands of that player. And Envor looking to back him off. He does actually manage to cap last second, so beautiful. And that puts them in a great spot to continue to apply pressure here. Sepstar's just looking to weed him out, but can't seem to connect just yet.
2 down going Virginia Velocity at the moment. Johan going to make his way towards Engine 2 and going to be the 3rd player to go down as well. But somehow 3 down and Guardian Fly is able to take away Nest with some points on the board, at least temporarily, because once again the Slays are going heavily in favor of Business. They take down that player in basement. He doesn't even bother going in for the reset. He has some more heads to click on.
Septify, look at the lock it down in the hallway. Still holding on to the 2 cap. Things looking good for Business. Gonna play it slow. Multiple gonna chow together on tower, just holding hands there. One made it up, the other missed the crouch jump. But it looks like they will both die, or at the very least, you still got that one. Whoa, wait a sec, Septify. Gonna just almost kill himself on tower 1, though it seems like he's all right for now. They will get the trip cap. This will force Red to focus basement, but all while that happens, Septify, he's on his P's and Q's here. They're locking down every single cap, and Virginia Velocity starting to look a little, like they're flailing a little bit to start.
I mean, it's no doubt that they're feeling the pressure right now. And I don't think they've been this far in the tournament before, going into a game 3, 1 win away from making the grand finals. You know, pressure can create diamonds, or is the reason why Paul George can't make an NBA finals. It goes one way or another. And right now, Virginia Velocity are feeling the pressure.
Stronghold captured.
Virginia Velocity just needs one opening for momentum, and things can change very quickly. Shotgun up as well, so that's a great start. They can just get their kills here. Avenue does die. Guardian tries to get the trade, can't quite do it. And once again, just even if it's just 1 kill ahead, Business pull away from these exchanges with a slight advantage. Though Zarak does have the camo, but it's just melted instantly. So a lot of attempts here not quite going through, not quite working out. You only have so much time to continue battering on the doors before you just run out of chances.
And what a smart play by Avenue. Avenue's well aware that his teammates are just are slaying and maybe even overslaying. So he decides, he says, you know what, I want to make sure that the enemy team doesn't spawn behind us. He rotates over to Carbine and then back to Nest. Now his teammates end up going in for the trip cap, but hold on. They might just lose basement. He got the trip cap, but they need to collapse into basement. And oh, he ends up going down. 2 down, go Business. And it looks like they were able to defend basement. That's the reset.
Yeah, this is brutal for Virginia Velocity. We're seeing kills. We're seeing, like, we saw a double out of Sepstar, so a good opening, but he's alone here. He doesn't want to commit himself to basement, just wants to ensure they get the round of slays that they need, but all while that happens, he loses his life, and the options for Virginia Velocity continue to dwindle here. Tony, it's looking rough for these boys. They can't grab their footing. Business just zoned in to this game. You got 1 down bottom basement, but he has to dip out immediately for the reset. You'll come back to try to get the challenge, but there's a teammate in position to clean him up and trade him out. There's already presence in bunker as well. It's just, Tony, I don't know what to say here. I feel like it's already over.
I I mean, it's tough. Virginia Velocity, I mean, hey, one hell of a tournament, one heck of a run as well. I mean, they really went off. We've seen them have some great games, but it just seems like business was on another level, and the fact that Virginia Velocity were able to ride that momentum and steal away game 2, to me, was impressive. I think that's something that you need to work on. I think they need to go into the lab, do some film review, find out what they did well and how they want to capitalize on it, and maybe in the same, session, go over this game, find out what went wrong, and even that game 1 as well. I think Virginia Velocity can come out better than what they are now. But hold on, I'm talking like it's over. They just put a trip cap on the board. Let me pull it back here.
I want to believe there's a chance for a comeback here. There is something starting, and it's not unwinnable. We've seen worse. So they do have a trip cap. They do have the shotgun. They can't find the camo guy, though. Eric Avenue going to make things very difficult for Zarak here. He's got a teammate with him, so I like this from Zarak. Just get out of there, rotate if you can, or get melted. Avenue's so ready to shut that down. Now he has the shot. He collapsed into basement. Big pickup. Capture on the nest as well, so business. They flipped it right back. We got the 2-cap once again. Pressure on spawns coming in here in just a sec, but big pickup on Avenue. Presence on nest now as well to try to quickly stop the bleeding here, but look at this. About to be a brawl outside. You get 3v3.
Quickly turning into a 4v4, but Envor and Johan are going to trade off kills right there. Sep Stars will be taken down as well, so 2 down. Go Virginia Velocity and Business. No, whenever they sense blood, they strike like a shark, and they're going in. They had them taking down another 2 down, going in for Virginia Velocity, and Business mean nothing but business at the moment. And I'm not. That might have been it. That might have been the final run there, Alex. I don't know.
Yeah, that might have been the nail in the coffin. We'll see if they've got anything left in the tank to fight back here. But at the moment, just getting pressured in basement, trying to live up for the cap, but can't do it.
Wow.
And I think that might be it right there. That's a huge shutdown from Septify. Railgun now up. You assume business will grab it, but I think they're just so focused on denying all opportunity from Virginia Velocity. It was hard fought from Virginia Velocity, but they will go out in 3rd place today. 100-36 to close our game 3 and punch business into grand finals.
And once again, business having one of the hardest journeys to make it into a grand finals that we've seen in Esports Arena, being knocked out in round number 2 into the losers bracket and having to fight their way when competition just kept getting better and better. Every team that got knocked down from the winners finals into the losers was a better team than the last, and business fighting their way all the way through it, taking down Virginia Velocity, and have now earned the right to go at it with PK to become your grand champion, taking the lion's share of this $1,000 prize. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this happens every single week. I mean, shout out Esports Arena, keeping Halo 5 alive right now. Y'all know I love me some Halo 5. And we keeping Halo 5 alive. Ain't nobody else out here running weekly tournaments getting us ready for Halo Infinite, but Esports Arena are. So I wanted to give them a shout out real quick. Yeah, I said it, Esports. I said it. Oh, God, is it my bank account? Okay, cool. Sorry.
Just immediate, just give them a little plus there on the savings. But man, honestly though, you're absolutely right. There's nobody else doing it. Nobody's doing it like Esports Arena, putting $1,000 down every single week, giving us high stakes competition in Halo 5, and because of it, we get to see beautiful plays. We get to experience it all and to cast it as well. So very thankful and well said, Tony. All this means is there is the biggest, most exciting matchup coming up because of these opportunities, right? Business about to jump into grand finals losers side. And we haven't seen this matchup yet. PK on winners. PK looking to take the tournament. Will they be upset by this incredible losers bracket run? We'll find out after a quick break and a quick breakdown from the stats from Yeso.
Thank you, gentlemen. Business with a big 2-1 win there over Virginia Velocity. And again, I get to pat myself on the back this week for another good prediction there. And Business will move on. Obviously, now we get PK versus Business in grand finals, which should be a very interesting matchup here, especially considering PK, they've been sitting for a while here. We'll have to see how warm they are. Obviously, Business coming off of a hot little run here through the losers side of the bracket, and they're going to be carrying some momentum into grand finals. Let's go through the stats here real fast before we get ready for grands. We'll start with game number 1 of that series, and it was CTF on Fathom, and Business got off to a strong start here with the 3-1 win. Septify grabbing 2 captures and Avenue with 1 as well. And can we just talk about how Avenue was a human highlight reel in this series. Absolutely incredible. Even in the last series, Avenue has just been unreal in what we've seen from them on stream tonight. So incredible. Let's go to the Slayer stats here for game number 1. Obviously a strong 3-1 win there. Avenue with 11 kills and 7 assists, but Envor leading the way for the squad with 16 and 4 himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, everybody up into the double digits but Johan, but still able to grab double-digit assists there for Johan, but this side of Virginia Velocity just falling short in this one. Weren't quite able to crack open business here on CTF, and it's hard. This is a very experienced squad when you see the names like Septify, Ombor, and Super CC, and a fantastic young talent in Avenue. That is a tough nut to crack here, so a great start here from business. Let's go to the last page before we jump into game number 2. And look at that one. We heard Tony talking about it after this game. The 71.7% accuracy from Septify, just short of a 3 out of 4 accuracy run. So incredible, just hitting all of his shots in this game. And while not leading in the damage department, still being very efficient with his shots in this game. So well done from Septify. Let's jump to game number 2 here. And we go to Slayer on Coliseum. And this one was a game where it looked like business was ready to run away with it. They were looking really strong, had built about an 8 to 10 kill lead, and then Virginia Velocity on a dime turned this game around, came charging back here on Coliseum, got it real close. Business keeping things tight till the very end, only losing 50 to 48, but Virginia Velocity coming out on top and led by Zerk. 19 kills. 19 kills for, excuse me, Zark there with 4 assists. An incredible carry performance here. And let's be clear, the rest of the team did well. Everybody up in the double digits, but Zark here, big push. Let's go to the final game real fast. I just want to hit on that one before we go to the break. Strongholds here on Rig, and it was an emphatic finish and response from business. 100 to 36. Cutting off that momentum for Virginia Velocity and that comeback in game number 2. And that is what bought them the 2-1 victory and a berth in grand finals. So business feeling good. They've got a lot of momentum behind them here, and they will go to grands up against PK. And I'm looking forward to that. We are going to go to a quick break. So stand up, stretch, do what you've got to do. But when we come back, we've got grand finals and a big chunk of $1,000 on the line. We'll see you in a few.
Go.
I'm so happy, Yeso, that you pat yourself on the back, because I ain't doing it, okay? You're over here picking the favorite team, the God Squad, to make it into the grand finals. Congratulations, Yeso. Yeah, go ahead and pat yourself on the back. Sorry, I tried to get that out of the way, Alex. The nerve.
I didn't hear it, but you tell him, Tony. You tell him whatever I missed. Either way, take that energy. I love that energy, Tony. Take it into this next matchup, because this is about to be fire, dude. We're about to pop off with this next matchup. We've got Business up against PK. We haven't seen this yet. The top competitors in this tournament. Business about to try to pull the reset sweep on PK. And honestly, I think based off of what we've seen, there's potential here. But PK, they've also been playing nasty today. They're looking to hold it down. Tony, you want to put money on this? What are you thinking?
I mean,
want to make a
it's
gamble?
been a rocky road. It's been a rocky road, and if I'm putting money as channel points, I'm sure there'll be a prediction in the chat as well. I'm going business all the way. They may have been knocked into the losers bracket early, but I believe there was some foul play in that. They were the God Squad going in, and the only question mark I had about this squad was Avenue, who's clearly been holding his own. He is not a question mark in this series. This man's having the best tournament of his life. If you're looking for an org, let me tell you, Avenue, just make a highlight reel out of this tournament, and then we hit your DMs. Don't worry, brother.
Step one, make highlight reel and wait for a response. Yeah, he's definitely has potential, but does it matter if he doesn't win today, right? Big plays are great, but what matters is the dub. So let's see if he follows through. Let's see if they come up with a W, because then it all matters that much more. I was going to side with business as well, so that's unfortunate. But I do think obviously PK just needs 2 wins. That's the thing with grand finals in ESA. It's a best of 3. This could end very quickly. If at any point business falters in one game, they lose that momentum, PK can totally take over. Same could happen the other side, but business, of course, has to do for what? You'll switch? What, because of what I said?
I'll go PK. I'll go PK. What do you mean? I'll go PK. Either way, both of these teams are absolutely stacked. So if you want to take business, go ahead. I mean, you're going to give me tapping buns, one of the best players that we've seen on the HCS Pro circuit. Yeah, I'll take that money. Sure, why not?
Okay, fine. I'll go business. This is hard. This is a tough one for me, but I'm going to go business if you go PK. And what are we putting something down? What are we putting down? I'm the one.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I got a fat 10 stack somewhere here. I got a $10 bill somewhere here,
right beside the screen. The man's just got it. Okay. The only thing I have beside me is a protein bar. I'm down to put like, $10-15 on this and a protein bar if you want a protein bar.
Okay, $15 and a protein bar. You bumped me off my pick, and then throws a protein bar, and I got bumped off my pick, and then raising the protein bar. But you know what? Like you said, PK only needs to win 1 series, so I might get lucky.
I know you said you were looking to make gains. You were looking to make gains in the gym, so this could help you out. I'm helping a brother out with this one. All right, so it's a good source. Good source of protein, good source of high-level gameplay as well right in front of us. Tony, we're jumping in the grand finals finally here on board with Drift, looking to lock it down for winner's side. Just 2 games for these guys, and they win it.
It's been a rocky road to get to this point, but we're at the grand finals now. And it's not about the journey, honestly. It's about it's about the end game. It's about the destination. And we're going to find out who's going to be on top, business or PK. Septify starting things off with a big kill on tapping buns, and Avenue going to follow that up, taking down Gambino.
Septify looking to lock down, or he just dies immediately, so no lockdown for him. But his teammates will do the job. They'll pick up bottom mid, so points on the board here for business to start. Gambino and team so quick, PK so quick to get into bottom mid and immediately turn it around, just taking advantage of that opening. So Gambino, look at this, so sneaky. Should hopefully walk away with the kill if he doesn't get shut down. Bit of a scramble there, and business will take full advantage.
And take full advantage of that black screen, because it looks like they're going down, and Atso in the 1v1 gunfighting against Avenue for the rights of bottom mid, and Atso going to come out on top. The Pittsburgh Knights going to hold on to the 2 cap. Can they keep it going?
Atso to hold down from S4. Just so many angles on that man, though. Not too much he could do. Immediately will drop. Envoy going to lock it down at bottom mid in the meantime. Take advantage of the numbers. Always the most difficult thing to do, get that opportunity in bottom mid here. Nice pickups as well. This should hopefully let them rotate here. Look at things starting to get oppressive. Spawners up on Tram here. Envoy with a great position to lock it down here. Now they just wait for the opportunity. Envoy going to snap in. CC with the distraction. Big pickup here. Remaining members of PK just trying to do damage and pressure, but I mean, they're starting to run out of options here. You can see the team control and coordination forming, the chemistry coming together here for a hot double at Envoy. Spree on board, and now PK, they gotta answer back.
Things are not looking good for my pick right now as Envoy just going off. That's 4 in a row at the moment. He's not done yet. The player over towards blue going in for the double melee, but tapping buttons finally going to slow him down. But look at that. Super CC was able to get away with the camouflage.
CC not for long, though. He does die. At the very least, gets a burn. 32 counting here. Business looking to pull away. PK under so much pressure. Can they bounce out of the spawn and take something back here? Septify gonna leave his teammates to get the trip cap. Focus on back control once again. Rotation started out to Nest here. Septify already aware, ready to put himself in the best possible position to take this, but a double team out of PK is a good way to answer. They will manage to get Nest off of this. Can they break from Nest into the map, though? This is a good starting point.
That it is. Not only were they able to get away with Nest, but they also get away with bottom mid as well. So we are seeing a yard in the hands of business, and they're probably be spawning there as well. Super CC going back at bottom mid, but taking some heavy damage. Currently one shot. Envoy gets the kill on tapping buttons off the screen. That might be exactly what they need. Somebody got their toes in there, but he's going to be taken down, and bottom mid going to go back in favor of team business.
Nest secured.
Super CC back on board with him right now, just looking kind of oppressive for PK. I'm not gonna lie, Tony, I know you voted for PK, kind of put you in a tough spot here with this one. Hopefully, you know, at some point they can bounce back a little bit, because if I was you, I'd be a little worried, you know.
I'm definitely worried right now. I mean, that's another trip cap going in favor of the boys in red. I'm 100% worried at the moment. And now Super CC even going to get a little cheeky with it, hiding behind the sign. Things are not looking good for my pick.
Well, still time to do something. Big pickup right there on top mid. That does at least get rid of that player on top of Camo. Camo will pop up. Hopefully, PK can get in position for it. But they're so focused on stopping the bleeding, they can't really put numbers on the Camo. They don't even have numbers to put anywhere. Apparently, though, they're dying on the feed here. Tapping buttons does get away with the Nest, but for how much longer here? The man's alone. Nade's coming into S4. Perfectly timed re-challenge with Adso in the pickup. Melee's in. Dude, tapping is nuts at this game. The fact that he lived as long as he did that damage, that was beauty. Hopefully PK can turn something around from this, but as I say it, PK, they do get bottom mid. That's something.
That is something indeed. But Septify coming down to the driveway, trying to contest bottom mid, but he has 3 players in front of him. Atso gonna take down Avenue. Septify currently 1 shot behind clears by himself, but nobody collapsing on him. And he actually was able to get away with that for free, and now Envo had enough time to take down Drift. Septify ends up having somebody drop right in front of him, and then it's back in favor of business, who 85-35 lead.
Enemy team about to win.
They don't have a lot of options here, Tony. They need to just collapse quickly, or the game will end here. 90 and counting. Envoy looking to just lock it down and just cancel any hopes that they had here. They get this cap, it's 100% over. They need a quick rotation to somewhere, make it yard, or you know what? I say that, there is no chance, Tony. That's it. Business gonna lock this down with a trip cap and just spawn control. From the moment they got control, I gotta say, PK had no hope in this one, Tony. 100-35 to close game 1, and my prediction looking hot right now. I can't complain.
That they are. I mean, and rightfully so. I mean, business is probably the heavy favorites. I would imagine if you surveyed 100 people, 99 of them would probably go business, and I'd be the lone person going PK. But I'm still a believer. Avenue, once again, going off 15 kills, 13 assists, the most damage, and not only on this team, but also in the game in general. Avenue, what is this man on?
What is going on?
This man's been in the gym.
Look, Tony, I know I said I'd give you a protein bar. I didn't realize he got into my stash or something, dude. I must have accidentally sent it to the wrong address, and Av got my protein bar. Hey, we're back in this. We're jumping right in this, Tony. No preamble. We're getting right into game 2 here. It is already in session, and 5 kills apparently on the board as well for business. We're taking the momentum from game 1 and injecting it right into game 2.
That we are, and tapping buttons able to go after Super CC, but Septify trying to win his individual gunfight as well, and he's able to do so. Big double kill coming out of him, and we have a 9-3 lead out of team business.
Over Septify, looking to lock it down on P3, and tagged up across the map here. Does have a teammate with him, though, but the nade's a little stronger. Nice little coordinated push coming out of PK here. They can send the numbers over to pink side, hopefully overwhelm them. We're starting to see it. PK, if they can stay together and pick up their kills without dropping, they could turn this around.
And luckily Gambino getting right behind Envoy, able to make him one shot, trusting his teammates and going for the finish. And that player on top mid is by himself. But where did Avenue come from? He must have spawned over towards the car side. And Super CC having control of P side, but he is going to be taken down by Drift.
Just trying to hold it down on P2. Nice little advantage here for business. They get this. They reset the bracket here. Avenue just dive bomb on top of that player as well. 6 kill. Advantage to work with. Players pressuring through Pink still. And Avenue just going to play it slow. Right now looking very confident, very careful. And nice timing too coming out through Pink. CC can dive on top of this big pickup. That's 3 dead. And that timing has just been so crucial, right? PK just can't seem to find that right beat, but business, they are in sync right now.
And with Camouflage coming up in any second, Avenue's in the perfect position to get. He even has a teammate that's creeping up over towards P side to help him. Atso going in for the challenge, ends up hitting the hot 5 on Atso, and I believe that's going to let Septify grab that Camouflage over towards P1, and business, they're ready to run away with it.
They definitely are. Camo on top of the advantage, going to make it very difficult for PK to do anything here. Gambino jumping out for, yeah, immediately melted for that play. Just a rough go. Septify holding down top mid. Envor apparently not missing a shot. We got one trapped in bubble who's about to be collapsed on by Septify. Cleaning up tapping with no hope of a counter attack. Tony, what is going on? I mean, I thought it would be close at least.
I was hoping it would be close as well, but I mean, business has just been fooling around up until this point. Now they're like, hey, look, we're here, we're in the grand finals, we need to end this quick. They about their money, and they know there's a big money on the line. Septify taking down Drift, but currently having that camouflage. Atso's well aware of it, trying to find him, and Septify making his presence known, but just to make him one shot. Another player gonna slide in towards bottom red, ends up getting the kill, and Super CC going in for the cleanup. 33 to 16 lead going in favor of Team Business.
What can PK do at this point except think about game 3, you think? But PK, they're still going to press on. Try to fight fire with fire here. That's a beautiful move. Oh my god, that movement. If there wasn't a split spawner in bubble, I think he would have had it, but unfortunate little spawn there made it difficult to survive. Super CC can lock this down from window here. All members of blue up on red here. Septify going to mount the challenge from pink. You can see they've got pretty solid map control, but CC so aware as well. Knows Avenue died. Immediately snapping to look for that player and rotates to bottom red to live while picking up a kill. This man is doing it all. Ooh, how is he alive, Tony? I'm like, what? Oh, okay, finally.
They don't call him Super CC evades for nothing. He's able to evade damage, as you just saw. Drift currently one shot towards P1. Another player going to come in for the cleanup. Super CC over towards bottom blue and tapping buttons ends up taking down Septify. Now we're seeing P control in the hands of PK going after the camouflage team, even teammating Gambino, but able to stay alive. PK, they might be poised to make a run here.
Adzo with a sneaky rotation out through bottom mid. If they want to make a run, it's got to be perfect, Tony. They can't afford any trades in the process. Tapping with one. Can't die here. Adzo needs to be a saving grace. Gambino does pick up one. They do lose a body. And then what? A stray nade out of nowhere immediately deletes him. And that's Camo off the map. Any hope of a comeback would have been off that Camo play. But now I'd say it's chalked, Tony.
And I mean, let's be serious. I mean, we're talking about Envor, Septify, Super CC, and Avenue. These guys have been there, done that. Players, I mean, Envor has done it, and Super CC have done it on land together as well. I mean, they're top-notch players, and let me tell you, I probably wouldn't have one kill in this lobby. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't have one kill. So big ups to PK right now, putting in the damage. And mind you, they had the advantage coming out of the winners bracket. So even if Business somehow take this game right here, they have a whole nother chance, and we could see a whole new PK in the next series.
Just 4 kills left to close this, and I hope you're right, Tony. I hope we do see a new PK, because I'm all for a close nail-biter of a series, and right now that is not what we're getting. Right now we're just getting a bit of an onslaught from Business onto PK with no real hope of survival. They're just hoping to trade out a couple kills here as they lose by a 13-kill deficit at this rate here. Envor gonna fly in, look for the last one directly in front. It's Drift, 3-shot beat down, not quite. And that player will live just a little longer. CC can't grab him either. What a milk at a Drift right there. He actually just turned to 2 kills off it, but of course, nothing will stop that victory 50-39 to close our game 2 and reset the bracket for Business, who are just on an unstoppable tear, it seems, Tony.
Avid was able to get that final kill and force the bracket reset. And mind you, Super CC dropping a 13.0 KDA. I think I saw 20 and 9 out of Super CC evades. My gosh, now that's a clinic right there.
We got a taste of it a couple times in the game. There was that situation in bottoms who's top mid, had the awareness of that player who got the kill on his teammate in car, and he turns to see it, doesn't spot it immediately, so he makes this like god tier rotation where he jumps backwards, gets the kill bottom mid, perfectly thrusts under red base, and then lives, gets a second kill. Like, the stuff he was doing to survive was just goddamn annoying, to be honest. I would hate to play against it, but it was so well choreographed that, I mean, it put him in all the right spots at the right time and gave the man a hell of a KD. On top of that, his entire team seems to be popping off and coordinating plays, which is making it so damn difficult for PK. You got to wonder, right? PK, they got into winter side finals in a pretty comfortable position. And then what were they doing between then and now? I mean, I assume they were, playing Octagon, maybe hopefully playing some sort of a scrim or a matchmaking to keep warm. But this is a different caliber of competition that they just don't seem ready for.
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny because Super CC evades, he does that all the time. Like, it's not just a one game thing. That is him 100% of the time. The way he's able to just traverse the map and just stay alive. He puts down the damage, and the moment he gets shot, he's out of there. The man just disappears. It's pretty crazy, but it buys so much time for his teammates to come in and to assist him and to help him out and to rock that bait and switch. The man's good. It's a skill set that translates from 2s to free fall to 4s. It's a good skill set to have, and it's one of the things that makes Super CC so good.
What does this mean, Tony? Does this mean your prediction is chalked? Do you still believe in PK, or is this just is that it for you? You want to change your prediction?
I want the record to show I picked Business. I was forced off of my pick. I want the records to show.
I mean, you went out of your way to say go ahead and take Business. I'll take. Like, I was not telling you to drop off your. Anyway, we don't have to get into this. All I'm saying is you did this to yourself. Okay, you did this to yourself, my dude. Either way, there's still 2 games here. It's not over. I want to believe PK has something. Maybe the map and game type can save him. Maybe you put him on a comfy map in a comfy game type. Who knows? Maybe they will conquer. I just don't know what. I keep putting myself in this position, Tony. We'll see what it is, but whatever it is, I hope it's hype.
I hope it is too. And so is my puppy too. She will not leave me alone. She's like jumped into my lap.
Where is she?
So she's ready. You ready?
Does she want to cast?
Oh, she's the best caster there is. She wants to. She's ready.
Oh, she's so cute.
Zoe, what do you think? She's going PK. She's going PK all the way.
It's a silent but deadly, right? Not a dog, a few words. Not a lot to say. Not a lot that needs to be said.
She doesn't want to go down. She wants to watch it. She had the best seat in the house. Want to sit in my lap and watch Business make quick work. Because I mean, let's be honest, this is Business tournament. I mean, they've always been an incredible unit. They're showing it right here, right now. That was a dominant first series, and I will say I was happy with moments of PK. I mean, they kept it close in certain aspects. And they had moments of greatness, but but yeah, I mean, for the most part, I would say that was probably 95% Business.
And I don't say it to be mean, because I say it with tough love, because PK are incredible, right? They're a top team in these tournaments, undoubtedly. But right now, they can't hang right now, unfortunately. Something does need to change in a big way if they want a chance in this series, because we didn't see it in game 1 and game 2. They're fighting from the back the entire game. So hopefully they ice up, because they definitely can. They're definitely capable. Just a matter of time here before we jump into the series and finally get to see it, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what? PK might have lost that first series, but as long as I have tapping buttons on my side, I'm going to tell you, anything is possible. That man is just built different. You add tapping buttons to any roster, and he will add value to that roster. I promise you that. Tapping buttons is the real deal. If you don't know, now you know.
Yeah, we know. Don't worry. Is tapping the key? Is that it? Just tapping needs to pop off, or is there? I assume it's the full team needs to go ham. What do you think? What is it that PK got to do? They got to search in their souls and come up with what?
I mean, you got to win your pivs. It's as simple as that.
Win your piv.
PK does a wonderful job of always being in a position to help each other out. They force these 2v1s, but they're being matched with that same energy by Team Business. So at that point, it becomes, you're trying to force the 2v1 situations. It's 2v2 situations, and whoever wins their pivs wins. And when you have the likes of Septify, Envoy, even Super CC on the team, most of the time, they're going to win theirs.
That's exactly how it goes, Tony. Let's find out in this final series of grand finals here. Winner take all, best of 3. PK, they got a chance. They've had a chance, but they've got one more to really set a precedent, to set some momentum here. They got to do it now or die, I'll say, Tony. I think they got to win this, or that's it.
And pretty much it is do or die right now, as Septify does get a big kill on Drift, and Super CC just holding down top tower, but he is getting some pressure over from the enemy team base. He's smartly going to back down. He has a teammate pushing in. I believe he's going for P1, but that teammate is going to get bait and switched on Envoy, going after tapping buds. Super CC takes down Drift, and that's going to be 3 down for Team PK.
Envoy with the flag in hand, already taking it down through pink. They do at least have the flag out front to hopefully bait this team. But Envoy in a great spot with this flag. Teammates there to help him as well. They will try to rotate this flag in a bad dash, but just getting bruised along the way here. One player still up on pink door. This is the last player to get on the return. He sits on it. Can he do it somehow? Drift in the last second, the last player alive, just slid on through the DMs right there and saved that flag.
Last player alive, able to get the return. Clutch plays coming out of Drift, and also one of time for his teammates to push up and try to get some offense going. But here comes Business with the unorthodox pull out of nowhere. Luckily, that player is going to be hunted down, which was Septify, and we're seeing a counter pull going in favor of your Pittsburgh Knights.
We're just looking to lock it down for bottom red. All of PK swarming around that flag. One did make it to pink, though, to set up for camo here. Nice little shell, too. Big round of slays, too. PK, they can turn this into a flag cap right here. So signs of life out of the boys in blue that I think we have not seen yet all series is suddenly here, Tony. Can they hold on to the advantage they've gained? It all starts with this camo. Drift does pick it up. He can't rotate out, though. And they are starting to drop like flies here. So pressure coming right back from Business onto the base.
It's a brand new series, and this is a brand new Pittsburgh Knights. You're seeing this right here as we have a 1-0, but just as I say that, the flag is going to be pulled in favor of Business. Envoy getting a clutch kill, and Super CC going after another one. 2 down, go Knights, and just like that, the energy now going towards Business. The momentum, can they I guess, take advantage of it as the flag cap is going to go in. That's a counter. We're tied up in 1 apiece.
Business with the answer back and then some. We're going to pick up a kill. 1 up on P2. Does wait before the chow to have a teammate with him. Look at this well-timed collapse. But the nade actually going to damage both those players for a quick cleanup. So PK will take advantage. Hold on to top map. Throwing nades at Ghosts here as well. Just making sure he's watching his 6. Tapping. Nice shots into red as well. 2 teammates going to pour in through bottom center. Gambino in a rough spot. Tapping. Hoping to be a guardian angel here. Can't get the shots into bottom red. Going to leave him. Instead, they are still mounting the challenge here. PK, somehow Drift just, or who was that? But it was Gambino who lived bottom red, delayed that situation long enough for Drift to still have an opportunity here. But Envoy looking to stuff it out.
Yeah, I mean, great job by Gambino to literally turn the attention of 3 different Business players, allowing his teammates to push up. So great job by him, but it hasn't converted to a flagpole just yet. Luckily, Gambino once again getting a big nade. There's one player who's pulling the flag. He's going to be taking. Septify just keeps going for these off-brand pulls and gets shut down going car side once again.
Envoy tries to rotate out through car, does get taken out. Tapping, can't hold on to top mid. The pressure, just the double magnum cross right there is just so difficult to deal with. Camo about to pop as well, so Avenue taking position in P2 going to be so useful for his team. He's already got pressure in blue as well, so you can see he wants the camo and his teammates are there. He decides to leave the teammates, let them do their thing. And then dies with the camo as well. So nothing really worked out there for business, unfortunately. And PK, maybe with a chance. Spawners, ooh, interesting. Split spawns in bottom red and in car bubble. Going to make it very difficult for anyone at PK to do anything here.
That was a nice forward down by the Pittsburgh Knights, but business coming right off the spawn and defending their base, and now it's back to business on the offense. Now pushing up over toward the P side. There is a one-shot player in basement. Super CC trying to sniff him out. He's gonna go down, and Super CC still alive, having most of his shields. Another player coming in. That's the 3-shot melee. 3 down go PK, and Super CC throws an excellent nade, and now that flag is on the move in favor of the boys in red.
Super CC with a beautiful double, takes the flag out bottom base, immediately 180s, knows to turn around and watch his 6 there and put the damage in too. He's doing everything right here. Flex the flag a little farther, snaps back, picks up drift, gets the spree, flag in hand through P1. Honestly, the man's unstoppable. I see this flag, I foresee this flag going in, Tony. oh, you know what, actually. Oh, wait a sec. Avenue, excuse me, sir.
Avenue?
Yo, so that's actually something that will never, assuming they don't make any changes to the settings, like Halo Infinite has no player collision, right? So that's a moment that you won't see in Infinite that Halo 5 is, pretty well known for.
It's so funny because I was just about to say, does Super CC ever make any mistakes? So the way he played that was so perfect.
Was it his
and
problem?
then Avenue, I guess Avenue was celebrating with him. He said, let me give you a chest bump because of how well you played that. And that's what happened there. Avenue was celebrating his teammate's success as Envoy trying to stay alive, avoiding all damage possible, going after Gambino, who finally gets the headshot. Gambino being an absolute nuisance. Oh my.
I don't know about you, Tony, but typically the celebration comes after the goal, not before the goal, because, that's just the recipe for failure. But either way, despite the chest bump that you seem to believe is calculated, they still got the flag in. So they still got the point, and they still got pressure in blue base as well. You can see there's one that's Avenue. Look at that. You get chest bump into bottom blue base potential here, and the man is still alive. He's like a monkey climbing up the windows. Will be replaced by his camo teammate, and Septify didn't fire a bullet there, because he knew he had no team help, so he backs up to mid instead. I like that play.
And we have Drift and Atso trying to work a little 1-2 combo over towards the P side of the map. His teammate does end up going one shot, and Drift really up in the tempo, pushing right in, and 3 down go business. So this might be what PK needs to get a counter cap coming in here. But he wants to go down into basement, but sadly he will be hunted down. And that's going to leave Drift by himself, and Simplifies right behind him, and Atso ends up going down.
Yeah, some Mario Goomba action, or he was sitting on top of the guy before he finally figured out that he could backsmack him, but a bit of a awkward exchange. Either way, it looks like business will continue to defend, getting kind of pegged from multiple sides here, though. Atso coming straight through bottom red. Does put the damage in. Nice little evasion, though, from that red player. Going to delay just a little bit. Drift with the pickup. Atso with the beauty nade and the cleanup with the Magnum, but not enough. They keep hammering him, Tony. It's just not enough. It's not coming together with the timing necessary to get the pull here.
Envoy letting it overextend over towards the car side of the map. We have 3 players on P side tower, and Septify does end up going down, so that's going to be a big slay for PK. Envoy being hunted down over towards basement, ends up being naded out. Offense still being played here by PK, but Super CC trying to defend the base, ends up getting a slay, and now Drift is on the move.
Drift, a nice little melee execution there. Drop down to bottom mid. Envoy gets melted up top. PK consistently, earning slays, earning advantageous positions here. I mean, Drift just sitting down bottom red, a massive nuisance. I don't even think they're aware of it. So clean up on Avenue. Gambino with a kill, 2 dead. Immediately going to collect this flag, take it out through pink side. Looking to stop him in his tracks. You've got Super CC, but he goes down to Tapping, who's a saving grace from this play. Tony, I think we might see a 2-2 tie, and this is the kind of series we were looking for.
That we are. Next cap are going to take game number 1 in this reset series. Gambino able to get the slay, now is pushing up, but there is a play in the enemy base. They have to deal with them, which they do. Drift ends up getting the kill on Envoy. That's the initial kill. They need to now play some offense, force this 4v3 situation. PK are very much in it. Tapping Buds takes out Septify, but Drift ends up dropping down into a melee.
CC dives in, doesn't get the kill once again. PK just breaking away with these aggressive plays on the base here. Tapping buttons, tries to rotate through, does live long enough to get the kill. And look at the move. Oh, finally he kills him. Tapping dodged multiple nades there to get down to bottom red, but still did get taken out. But that delay just allows for so much opportunity for PK. Tony, they might close it here. Atso, head on a swivel, one in red, multiple spawning up car. They're going to overextend to try to stop this here. Super CC doesn't expect Atso to be underneath him. And that flag still sits out bottom blue in the doorway. Just the final length for the flag. On for, he's a turret. Can he hit the shots? Nade in. Man's going to dive into bottom blue, goes up to top. It avoids everything, the movement out of this man, Tony. What the? He's still alive. The dude's a monster. He's just delayed this whole situation. Tell me this turns into... Oh, my God.
Protect our carrier.
Melee in, return in, flag out through pink. What the heck was that play, Tony?
He clearly has the moves like Jagger, and able to stay alive and play his life as long as possible is the reason why they were able to get this counter cap here. And it looks like Biz is going to be coming out on top. Hold on. Oh, what? Here comes the Knights.
What is this game? Returns left and right. The clutch is by both teams. Tony, we got a minute, 20 seconds left in this to find out who can put this flag in before we jump into overtime, but I can't even explain what I'm seeing to you. Just the clutch after clutch out of both sides here.
My gosh, finally Atso able to trade off kills, but I thought Biz would have capped that flag, and I thought it was going to be it, but I was wrong. We might be going into an overtime, and mind you, Tapping Buttons does have the camouflage. Another 3 down, go business, but this time the flag's on the move. That 4th player is going to go down. Now the overextenders are coming in for the car bubble. If they can watch their car door, that's going to be it. One player did sneak past. Another player got a couple of shots in him. He's ready. Flag goes down. Gambito's going in, and that's going to be it. PK taking game number 1, and are now one game away from taking your grand finals.
These boys really got to put us on an emotional roller coaster here, Tony. We have, 2 games with no PK asleep at the wheel for 2 games, and then all of a sudden in game 3 they are popping off. They're getting kills. Drift has 32, and we see what was that close, dude? We got it. If I was to replay any of this and do a bit of a breakdown, Envor. Dude, Envor diving into bottom blue, avoiding the nade, avoiding that one player bottom blue as he jumps up to the window and then jumps a second time backwards to cut the angle from the spawner in the back. The timing of everything was disgusting. And then you have PK completely flip that around and get the return as well. I'm just gushing. I'm nerding out here, Tony. I love to see it. This is what we signed up for, right? When we signed up to cast this, it was in the description, the fine print for moments like this. Anyway.
In short, that game does justice for the grand finals. Now, that was a grand finals game number 1. I don't know what happened that first series, but that right there was it.
And because of the way that went, PK put themselves in a beautiful spot, 1 game, and they win this tournament. But I like that PK took this, because if anybody can make this comeback, it's business. So I think we've got game 3 potential in a big way here, Tony. So buckle your damn seatbelts. It's about to be a long evening. It's already a late one, to be honest. This has been a long one already. We got maybe another. We'll see, man. We'll see. At this rate, these could be 2 15-minute games. I don't know.
And you know what? But no matter what, it's going to be exciting, and that's what I'm ready for. I would not be surprised if we go into a Slayer game 2 and maybe Team Business end up taking game 2, but. Let me tell you, the coordination coming out of PK right there to end that game, I'm feeling confident if this goes into Strongholds, but only time will tell. It looks like we're actually going into Slayer on the rig.
We'll take Slayer on the rig. Definitely a hype one. In the right conditions. We'll see. They got to get that sniper. Tapping already has it. I don't know. Players dropping left and right here. So are our POVs. Just snapping onto everyone. Atso does pick up the shotgun kill, and 6 bullets for Tapping to work with. Tony, this could be a hell of a highlight reel.
In my opinion, on this map, if you have that red team, you have a little bit of a better starting strat, but PK coming off of the blue side, Carbine side, and coming out on top in that engagement. But now they have to carry this out. Tapping Buttons just barely whiffing that one. Not gonna whiff the second one, taking down Zeptify, and we have a 5-2 lead going in favor of Tapping Buns and Friends, who is about to go off. I can feel it.
That second shot was dirty. He set it up in no scope, and he moved his left stick to adjust it ever so slightly, right? He didn't do any unnecessary movements, just was so confident in his shot. The man is, I don't know, dude, he's a freaking machine, Tony. He's not missing. Head level ready, lining up snipes, 1 bullet left to work with. The only thing nerfing him is the amount of ammo in his damn gun. He'll hit that one too.
This is the man that you saw teaming with on Evil Geniuses alongside Roy and Lunchbox, and 2 of the top 10 players of all time. And we're seeing Tapping Buns going off and showing why he was one of the best players in Halo 5. Killing spree earned by Tapping Buns, taking down Envoy. They have now doubled the enemy's team score. They want this win, Alex.
Tapping Buttons looking to lock this down. Spawners up bunker side. One player did flank through. They're going to look to deal with him. Avenue actually a big distraction in that situation. Took the attention off the spawners in bunker. Gave them a chance to breathe, but still down by 6. They get 7. Gambino with a big pickup. Drift snapping back to bunker. So aware of spawns. 3 shots into each. The man is... apparently he's cracked, Tony. He's just flanking on through. Look at this, Septify. They can't breathe off a spawn. Tony, what the heck is going on, okay? This is a different team all of a sudden.
This is your Pittsburgh Knights. That's what's happening, and that's who they are. You better respect it, because they're making themselves known. They're making their presence known here in the game. It's 18-9 in favor of PK, and I'm loving it. Drift putting down some good shots at Avenue. They allowed the whole entire enemy team spawn to Carbine. Tapping Buds gets the initial kill. Drift gets the second one. That's going to be 2 down, and look at that scoreboard, Alex. You have to be worried.
My God. Tony, if you want to just like DM me your PayPal and I will FedEx you this protein, this bar. This is starting to look bad, dude. It's starting to look bad for my team. I'm losing faith. What's going on with business? They're starting to flail here. 22-10. Oh my God, Drift just, can I say it, Tony? He just shit on him. I had to say it. He kind of just shit on him a little bit.
Clearly defecated on him as Atto now trying to slide in over towards white corner, ends up getting the cleanup kill on board. 8 minutes and 47 seconds on the clock, so it's a long way before Camouflage might be able to bail this team out. And Tapping Buns once again having the sniper rifle in hands. We know how deadly he is. Now show it once more, Tapping.
Oh, he does snap. He hits those. Finally, they take this man down. They got to do it quick. 4 shots in that snipe still, but the nades, unlimited nades flying in the yellow bed to ensure that nobody collects that snipe except PK. And what an advantage here. 30-16. Snipe in hands of Gambino, looking to line up a couple laners. Do they have any lives to work with, though? Business can't afford to go down any more than they already are. This ain't looking good, Tony. This ain't looking good for my boys on red, I gotta say.
I was about to say it depends who you asking, because Tapping Buns does end up taking down Super CC. Drift going after Avenue. That's going to be another 3 down for business. And look at the confidence. Gambino going one shot. He had the angle to go over towards Catwalk, but instead he turns around and puts down the damage. Now going to no-scope right in the dome. 2 down. Everybody on PK is going off.
Yeah, just put a snipe in the hands of anyone, and they'll hit all their shots, apparently. Gambino with a nasty headshot off a spawn here. Oh, he was so close. He had it. He could smell the man just a millisecond too early. Just looking to plant that final bullet. At this point, is there even an opportunity for a comeback? 37 on the board, make it 39. Now is 2 drop in quick succession. Don't even challenge this man. Encore about to get collapsed by 2. Does pick up the trade, but at what cost? At the cost of the tournament, I think.
I mean, if you look at it, I mean, hey, Tapping Buns has probably the best LAN experience. I mean, there should be no doubt that they're going off like this. I mean, Tapping Buns, again, teamed alongside Evil Geniuses, and he is showing why when he had that sniper rifle. Atto and Gambino getting back-to-back kills. A 20-kill lead. Another 3 down. Say goodnight. Alex, and I PayPal in the DM. Don't worry. That PayPal in the DM.
You know what, though? You know what? When you think about it, I mean, that's the shame with best of 3, though, because, like, Business hammered PK for 2 games back to back, right? Like Business basically did this to PK. Now PK is just like it's even worse, honestly. PK, like it's like, you know, when you hit me, I hit you back harder until somebody gives up. Like that's what this is. PK just slapped him in the face even harder. But they only won 2 games, so it almost makes me want to see, like, you know, where's the tiebreaker? Anyway, Tony, you know, it doesn't matter. In the end of the day, a best of 3 is a best of 3, and this one is freaking over.
That it is. Only one more kill needed for PK to become your grand champions, taking the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool. This is Esports Arena, baby. Make some freaking noise.
Is that the noise? Like, what do you want me to do?
I got to press the button. I don't know. I had the crowd button here, and I forgot to press it.
Oh, you have that? Do you have, like, crowd noise?
No, Alex, shut up. No.
Oh. What do you mean, shut up? No, that's possible. There's got to be that's actually a good idea. I could put a crowd noise on a button here. I'll throw it in like a laugh track. Every time you have a lame joke, I'll laugh track you just to make it a little bit better. Either way, Tony.
I guess you never press it because my jokes are awesome. I don't know. I don't tell them jokes.
Okay. Well, I'll send. I guess I send you 15 and this protein bar. This is a healthier. It's like a low sugar, low fat one. My mom got it. She's good with this stuff. Anyway, this has nothing to do with what matters. What matters most, of course, today are the champions of this tournament. It's been a long day. Let's be honest, Tony. It's been a long freaking day. It's been a long tournament. And honestly, if you're still here with us, then you're a real one, right? If you stuck with us through this whole thing, you watch these hype moments, then, you know, we love you for it. We love you, Esports Arena, as well, for just giving us a hell of a show today. Hell of an opportunity to cast this $1,000 tournament. But of course, only one team can be a champion, and today it's PK. Well deserved. You got anything else, Tony? Any final words?
Thank you for having me. Like you said, it's been a long one and whatnot.
No
it's been interesting, but PK coming out on top and really showing off and showing out. Thank you very much for having me. Esports Arena, thank you very much for throwing these again. You know, I love competitive Halo 5, and you guys have given me a home. Thank you guys in the chat for having us and making and just being so excited. I've been reading the chat and whatnot. You guys are absolutely going off. I think Tapping made some fans in the chat after that one. Let me tell you, congratulations to PK. You're the big winners.
Well said, Tony. Couldn't have said it better. That's it for tonight, guys. Like you said earlier, it's an every single Sunday kind of gig. We will be back next Sunday, so have a good night. We'll see you in a week. Until then, Yeso, my dude, give us the close.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great work on the day. Always a pleasure and a blast to listen to all of you. Please, everybody, if you're watching, show some love to Tony and Chaiwei in the chat. They are incredible at what they do, and I love getting to enjoy my Sunday afternoon alongside those two. That's it, folks. PK with the win. Obviously, business made him work for it, getting the Grands reset, but PK with a great response there in that series, taking the 2-0, and they are our champions as Latin America continues to just own Microsoft Sundays this last month. So well done from them. And thank you to everybody who joined us today. As Chaiwei mentioned, long day, big tournament. For those of you that stuck with us, we certainly appreciate you and anybody who came out to watch today. We're going to wrap up here. I'm going to let production go home and enjoy the rest of their night. I'm going to do the same. I hope you guys do that as well. So thank you so much for joining us. Hope you guys join us next weekend. We'll be back. We also have qualifiers for Season 4 of Series E Apex Legends right here this week on Tuesday and Wednesday, so don't miss out on that. But for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.